Good evening, everyone. I open the extraordinary council meeting on the 30th of June at 6:50 p.m. Could I please ask Councillor Wellington, the Deputy Mayor, to read the acknowledgement of country?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and Gadigal peoples who occupied the Sydney coast, being the traditional owners. On behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respects to the elders past and present and to Aboriginal people in attendance today.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton with the prayer.
Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of the city of Randwick and Australia. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, councillors. Before we begin the formal component of the meeting, I'd like to acknowledge the recent passing of Auntie Marilyn Russell, who passed away on the 11th of June 2026. Auntie Marilyn was a highly respected elder, artist, mother, grandmother and great-grandmother, and the daughter of Reginald Russell and Esme Tembury, and sister to Terry, Clifford, Bill, Stephen, Lance, Neil, Marion, Rodney, Leonard, Brett, Charlie, Kim, Bradley and Michelle. Auntie Marilyn was an integral source of knowledge for younger generations of the La Perouse Aboriginal community, sharing her knowledge of the community's history, culture and connection to country and each other. She was a venerated and accomplished artist whose deep knowledge of shell working and willingness to teach others the art of shell work was fundamental to the continuation of the cultural practice today and into the future. Auntie Marilyn's practice continued the shellwork traditions handed down through generations of Aboriginal women in her family, including her mother, the late Esme Tembury, and her great-grandmother, Queen Emma Tembury. Her shellworks can be found in public connections, including the La Perouse Museum, Art Gallery of New South Wales, University of New South Wales Art Collection, and Museum of Contemporary Art. Auntie Marilyn was also included in major exhibitions and public works such as the Movement of Shells, Movement of Time for the WestConnex motorway. Recently, her artwork was projected onto the Sydney Opera House sales as part of the Biennale of Sydney, seen by millions of people. Auntie Marilyn was also the former chairperson of the Gurul Aboriginal Corporation, supported young people's leadership and decision-making within the Lapa community, helping foster community leaders. Please join me in observing a minute of silence in honour of Auntie Marilyn Russell. Thank you. I now call for apologies and leaves of absence. We have a full house, so it is not required. Thank you. There being no requests to join the meeting by audiovisual link, councillors, are there any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in item number CS 3126, which is the Clovelly Surf Life Saving Club redevelopment. I'm a regular volunteer member of the Clovelly Surf Life Saving Club. I don't hold an office though, I've got no paid role and I have no relationship with any of the 4 shortlisted firms, so I intend to participate and vote in this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
I have a pecuniary interest in item MM23-26. I'm a student at the University of New South Wales and I receive financial support for living expenses during my study. I will not be taking part in this debate or voting on this matter.
Thank you. Councillors, at any time, if you have any declarations, please feel free to interrupt the meeting and provide your declaration. I now move to the chairperson's announcement. In accordance with Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I advise that this meeting is being live streamed via Council's website and a person's image and or voice may be broadcast. The live stream recording will be published on Council's website for at least 12 months after the meeting or for the balance of Council's term, whichever is the longer of the two. Attendance at the meeting is taken as consent by a person to have their image and or voice being live streamed. All persons who are present should refrain from making any defamatory comments or releasing any personal information about another individual without their consent. Council accepts no liability for any damage that may result from defamatory comments made by persons attending this meeting. All liability will rest with the individual who made comments. This meeting must not be live streamed or recorded by others without the prior written consent of Council. Individuals acting in a disorderly manner will be asked by the chairperson to leave the meeting. Noting that we do have quite a significant number of people in the gallery, what I would ask is that all speakers are to be heard in silence and to refrain from any interjections, applause or interruptions of the meeting so that the council can conduct its business, as well as that people who are listening online can follow as to what is going on. We now move to...
Mr Mayor, I do have a procedural motion before the public forum starts, and I just sent it through to David Kelly. CP 1926, I'd like to move that we defer to a future council meeting after the councillors have been fully briefed on all the changes. And the reason for that is there have been...
Sorry, can you just outline which item it is, just for the benefit of council?
CP 1926.
Yep.
And the title is...
Yes.
Randwick Development Control Plan, Stage 2, Post-Exhibition Report.
Okay, thank you. And the reasoning?
And the reason for that is that given that there's been multitude of changes in the DCP, I believe, and my fellow Liberals believe as well, that councillors should receive a briefing, and then we ask that this item comes back to a future meeting for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second to the procedural motion? Seconded Councillor Hamilton. It being a procedural motion, I'll put it straight to a vote. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? No. I declare that lost. Okay, there's been a request for a division on the procedural motion. All those in favour, please... so the request is Burst Hamilton. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Hamilton, Councillors Hay, Councillors Rosenfeld, Martin, Burst and D'Souza. All those against, we have Wellington, Magna, Veach, Luxford, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, Said and the Mayor. I declared the procedural motion as lost. Okay, thank you. We now go to the first item, of which there are speakers, GM3/26, Visitor Pay Parking Proposal, Outcome of Community Consultation. Speaking against, Annie Hake from Keep Randwick Beaches Free.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Brownlee. So, do we start now? Okay. Back in 2005, while my little kids' friends were singing nursery rhymes, my kids were chanting no parking meters. 21 years ago, you see, the community successfully campaigned against a huge plan to install meters. And here we are again in 2026. We didn't want them then and we don't want them now. And I've never experienced such an impassioned community so dug in. I've read and heard hundreds of comments and I've been moved by genuine and deep feelings. So what is so concerning about this proposal? Let's look together at the three core areas of major concern. Thank you. Firstly, not aligned with values and justice. Charging visitors sets an us and them mentality up, which is socially unjust, un-Australian and unaligned with council's own values. There's a cost of living hit for both visitors and locals, and there's a forever stressful meter feeding culture. There's proven damage in other LGAs to small business, and there's no community trust in the revised plan. I'm best not repeating some of the expressions that were told to me. There's meter creep and permit creep, the bondification fear. A meter anywhere is a meter everywhere, is how we feel. They spread like virus. Secondly, it doesn't stack up financially. Revised meters revenue is only now 1.3 to 1.6 without parking fines. And 23.5 million quoted for beach care Well, that's what it's quoted, yet the budget only allows for 3%, which actually works out to be 6 or 7 million. Meters aren't needed with this council, in our opinion, because it's fiscally strong. 34.5 million was the operating surplus last financial year. It's collapsed as a business case. There's a negative net benefit. And thirdly, there's no community mandate. Petitions are now at 11,814. That is more than the council's total survey responses, and it's over 160% more in opposition. Plus, 1,735 people have signed since the plan was revised, proving that there's no acceptance for that either. Many councillors have received up to 2,000 emails. Council survey submissions show 82% in opposition. Independent assessment deemed council survey unreliable. There have been hundreds of social media posts, thousands of comments. The depth of feeling against this proposal on meters is visceral. Next slide, please. And really, that's what I have to say. It's, in summary, a lemon. This is not an indictment of the... It's not an indictment of the good and hard work by staff. I really want to say that, but it's unfortunately the sum total of it. Next slide, please. What we do want in future is a fair versus fair-driven council that focuses on the ABC, the alignment to values, best plan and community, having the community along with you. Next slide, please. The better solution to increasing turnover is time-restricted parking using talkless digital technologies and increasing turnover by up to 40%, cost-effective installation, seasonal options. Ironically, the fines are likely to produce more income, in our opinion, than meters, as the system increases revenue by up to 80%. There's really no magic pill to high-season car turnover, and meters definitely doesn't do it. So what is possible? Clonalla's Beach has just won Best in all of Australia by Tourism Australia, and they cited no parking meters as part of the reason. In conclusion, this is an intergenerational equity issue. My kids of 2 decades ago are now here in their 20s. Meters once installed don't go away. Let's vote for all our children. Tonight is a profound contextual marker in the history of this council. I urge each one of you to vote with your conscience, vote for common sense, vote on the right side of history. Tomorrow, whether we like it or not, everyone will know who voted which way. Please vote with your community. We know that we don't want meters, and we know that you know that too. We want to keep Randwick free in every sense of the word, free from meter stress for us, our friends, our family, our carers, our tradies, and all from near and far, from who we don't know and people will never likely meet. So in closing, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate in advance a momentary lapse in leniency as I ask the gallery to join me, next slide please, in calling for... No parking meters! Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Using the words of Ms. Hake, we have indulged you in relation to that. The code of meeting practice after that is exceptionally clear. All further speakers will be heard in silence. And I'll just further add, if there are any further interjections, I will not hesitate to empty the gallery. Of course, I understand this is a matter of a lot of public interest and emotion. However, I'd just like to remind everyone the rules in relation to this are clear. Thank you. The second speaker in relation to this is Mr. Jerry Sorry, are there any questions? Councillor Rosenfeld.
If meters don't go ahead, thanks very much for coming in. Thank you. If meters don't go ahead, do you have a point of view as to some other initiatives council can do moving forward?
Oh, okay. I did write something down here before. Look, moving forward, I think that it's a good idea to focus heavily on the summer season itself, which is obviously the biggest issue, and look deeply into this. The talkless technologies and also the street sensor technology, where they go around and they can identify for people through an app where the spots are. There's quite a few things that can be done with modern technologies. and have a campaign perhaps from council that encourages people who live close by but still drive to actually walk to the beach and incentivise them, make it a thing. Involve the community in creating that campaign and include the community more generally and have focus groups. I mean, you'd be surprised what you can get from people. Rebuild trust through other initiatives, because there has been a lot of trust lost in this process, and I think it's all eminently doable based on what people vote tonight.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? There being Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms Hay, for coming to speak to us tonight. There are already our parking meters in Coogee already. How would the community feel, do you think, about putting some more in?
Oh, look, it's a hard no. Basically, those meters have been there for decades, and it's sort of like if you've got a scar on your body or some injury, you don't want any more. Just because there are a few there, it doesn't mean we want any more. They're just there to show us what we don't really want, as opposed to what we can, just tolerate.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? There being Councillor Burst.
Thank you, Annie. Thanks for coming in and the great work you've done with that group. Fighting for your community and democracy is a great thing. Can you talk a little bit more about the impacts of visitors on our LGA if we've got parking meters?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things, I think, for me personally, in working so hard on this for so many months now, I'm so proud of my fellow constituents who care so much about people, as I said in my speech, that they'll never meet. It's about social equality. It's about, I was talking to a councillor in Blacktown whose name is Bob Fitzgerald, and he was saying that they have an edict in their council which is that they have a priority to help get people an more outdoor lifestyle and the kids off screens. It really gave me a sense that how lucky we are to have such an outdoor lifestyle here. And it made me realise that for some people, a lot of people who, they've got to get over here with petrol, they might have to pay a few tolls, they've got to pay for the snacks for the kids. And parking meters would just be the killer that might not make them allowed to afford to come. That's what happens, I think.
Are there any further questions?
Annie, I noticed there's a red box there.
Yes.
It's got chocolate eclairs in it or something?
Well, of a sort. The chocolate eclairs are petitions. You would have normally got more, but because we live in the digital age, a lot of our petitions are online, and there's a note to Mr. Brownlee in here. So,
would you like me to take it up?
There being no further questions. Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker again.
Mr Mayor, I forgot to do a non-pecuniary declaration. The Speaker of the CP16/26 is known to myself and the other 4 Liberal councillors. It's non-pecuniary, non-significant, so we'll still be debating on the issue and voting and listening to Michael, but I neglected to do that. Thanks.
The second speaker against, Mr Jerry Constantinou. You're withdrawing? Thank you. Speaking for in relation to GM 3/26 visitor pay parking proposal outcome of community consultation, speaking for Sarah Stace from Better Streets. A reminder that all speakers will be heard in silence.
I was hoping to put a photo up, but I don't think it went through. Mayor and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've worked in transport, urban policy and parking reform for many years. I wrote both the Randwick Council's and Waverley Council's current active transport strategies and contributed detailed technical and global best practice input to the New South Wales Government's guidance on car parking requirements. So I'm certainly an expert on parking reform and parking matters. But tonight, I want to talk about my mum, Narelle. She was a Randwick resident. She trained as a doctor in the very first year of medicine here at UNSW and worked in the local hospitals. She absolutely loved walking. She walked to the shops, to the dog park, and to pick up her grandchildren from the local school. But after retiring, she was injured and became blind in one eye. So uneven footpaths were dangerous for her. And one day, she tripped on a wonky footpath and broke her hip, and not long after was diagnosed with brain cancer. So for a long time, she was in a wheelchair. Ordinary things became hard, like getting to the GP or the shops, or getting to the beach. The wheelchair didn't fit the narrow footpath outside her home, so council stepped in and widened it. They were fantastic about it. That is exactly what local government should do for its ratepayers. Randwick fixes footpaths, maintains coastal paths, provides toilets, cleanings and surf clubs. And that work costs a lot of money. And right now, Randwick ratepayers carry all of that cost. So when we talk about equity tonight, I ask councillors to be clear about what equity means. Equity is not a guarantee of free, premium parking right on the beachfront for people who choose to drive from outside the local government area. Equity is making sure our local residents have fair access. So an older person recovering from surgery can safely reach the sea. So families with screaming toddlers who genuinely need close access have a better chance of finding it. Equity means my kids can safely ride their bikes to school and walk to their friends' houses. After my mum broke her hip, we sometimes drove her to the beach so she could enjoy the sunshine, and then we circled. I'm sure many of us have gone through this. We'd look for a space close enough that she could manage, and sometimes we couldn't find one, so we gave up. That is the problem with free parking in the high demand places. The premium spaces fill up, and the people who most need that close access may not get it. A price and a time limit creates turnover. Not perfectly, but better than the current free system. This motion won't make it impossible to drive. Instead, it focuses the paid parking on a small number of high-demand locations and requires non-residents who use those premium spaces to make a modest contribution to the public places that they're enjoying. That is perfectly reasonable. Randwick's beaches have excellent transport. Most people walk, ride or catch the bus to the beach. I do it several times a week. Non-residents who drive and don't want to pay for parking may need to walk a little bit further. That's pretty easy. This motion could have created a very different outcome for my mum. A safer footpath might have prevented her fall. Better managed parking might have meant we could drive her to the beach and find a space close enough. The revenue from this proposal will help council keep doing the practical, unglamorous, essential work that makes public spaces accessible in real life. In a fair way to manage the most sought-after parking, support access for the people who most need it, and fund the infrastructure that makes it possible, I ask you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. There's an extension if required. Are there any questions, Councillor Wood?
Thank you for coming here tonight. Like many young Randwick residents, I don't own a car, and I typically use public transport or active transport to get to the beach. In your view, would visitor paid parking make it easier for people like me, young people like me, to get to the beach?
Yes, so 40% of Randwick residents don't have a driver's licence. 40%. So, the idea is that I guess the idea is that you need to pay a premium if you want that premium spot. And if you're a local resident, you don't have to pay. And if you're a local resident, I'm guessing you're saying that you sometimes walk or ride or catch public transport, as do I. So yes, it is about creating the equity for everybody in our LGA.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Ms Stace. I want to question the 40%. 40% of Randwick residents don't have a driver's licence.
Correct.
Is that over 18s? Is that
No, that
over
is the
16?
whole, all
That's-
residents.
So that's people who are 0, 1,
So-
2, 3, 4,
sorry,
5,
sorry,
all
just-
the way through.
Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Not for Councillor Hamilton. Members of the gallery, thank you. Everyone will be heard in silence in relation to it, regardless of the view. Ms Hake was heard in silence. I'd like Ms Stace to be as well. Thank you. Are there any further questions?
Sorry, I just want to clarify that. So in the Randwick's own published active transport strategy, it said 35%. I've since cross-checked statistics. It's 40% of all residents of New South Wales do not have a driver's licence.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? There being no further questions, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We now move
Mr.
to
Mayor?
the next item of which...
I'd like to move a procedural motion.
Yes.
I said to Mr. Kelly, we have an audience of approximately 200 people here tonight who have come just to listen to the parking meter debate. I think it's fair that what we do is we pause all the speakers and we move immediately to discussion of item GM3 of 26 to actually vote on the proposal, and so people don't have to wait around an hour or so to the actual discussion.
Do I have so there's a seconder? Thank you. It being a procedural motion to reorder the business, we'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare it carried. Thank you. Just for the benefit of those who are listening, and two things. One, for an apology for those who are waiting in order to speak. It was a procedural motion to reorder the item of business. What that means is that we will move straight to the debate on GM3/26, visitor paid parking proposal outcome of community consultation. Once that item is completed, we will then go back to the order on the business paper and we will run, once that is completed, we will then return to the public component of the meeting, and then I will call for CP16 Heritage Assessment, then move to the Special Entertainment Precincts, the DCP speakers, as well as the dedication of the late Fred Wilkes, then to Councillor Wellington's motion, keeping cats safe in Randwick, then to Councillor D'Souza's motion for celebrating our city's multiculturalism and diversity. We will then move down the agenda items in that regard. All right. In relation to GM3/26, challenged by Councillor Magna. Councillor Magna.
Councillor Hamilton, I said challenge. I put my microphone on. Every single person in this room just saw me stand up to challenge this item, to move this item. Every single person is a witness that I stood up and put my microphone on, and I said challenge.
So, respectfully, Councillor Hamilton. That's not how that works. What I will do is I will give Councillor Hamilton the call. Could you please outline what it is you're moving?
I'm moving this in an amendment. I've sent it through to Mr. Kelly. The amendment's not on the screen, but it's on the screen for only us. But where is it? Oh yes, sorry. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm removing the recommendations on the business paper and I'm replacing them with the following 4 items. Having considered the community feedback received during consultation, resolves not to proceed with the beach visitor paid parking proposal contained in attachment 1. B, retains the existing parking arrangements for our streets and beach parking areas affected by the proposal. So we have heard that there are some parking meters in place, and I'm not saying to do anything different. C, request the General Manager to investigate and report back to Council on alternative funding sources for coastal infrastructure, including playgrounds, surf clubs, coastal walkways, beach maintenance and cleaning that do not rely on the expansion of paid visitor parking. And D, request the General Manager to investigate alternative parking management solutions that improve access, turnover and parking availability at the city's beaches without expanding paid parking beyond its current locations. So what I would like for this to do is to
Point of order, can Councillor Hamilton be heard in silence, please?
Can't hear this.
Thank you. Please continue. Silence in the chamber. Please continue.
What I'd like to do is shut down the paid parking indefinitely. I believe and agree with the speaker tonight, and I agree with a lot of the people that have emailed through to the councillors. There are alternative options to parking solutions. Parking meters are not the go-to. I don't believe that we need to resort to parking meters to resolve. There are two main issues. Yes, we have our coastal infrastructure. We have a budget for that. Every single year we vote through our budget. We meet our requirements. We're never short of money. We're doing really well. We heard that as well. Secondly, we do have a challenge getting a parking spot down the beaches, and that's okay. We've acknowledged that. There are some other solutions that we could look into. I'm giving the General Manager the go-ahead. I'm saying do your job, which he does, but I'm saying go out there, find some alternative solutions, and let's put parking meters back in a box, put a lid on it, and then just put them away.
Seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld.
I'm against parking meters, as it is well known. Make no mistake, this is a great, big, new tax being imposed on the community by the Labor Party. At a time when cost of living pressures are so high, mainly due to Labor policies at the other levels of government, they now want to impose another tax. This tax will make people pay to visit our beaches. At a time when inflation is running high and interest rates are rising, people simply don't have much money left to pay to visit our LGA's beautiful beaches. The Labor Party has an annoying habit of introducing taxes without taking these policies to an election first. We saw that first with the recent federal budget, and we are seeing that here with the parking meters. I contested the last Central Ward Council elections in 2024 against the Mayor and Councillor Gordon, amongst others. And not once did he say that parking meters are part of his agenda for this term that we're currently in. However, we have seen the Mayor trying to sell this parking meter policy so vigorously in the media and at precinct meetings in recent months. Many businesses are concerned that less people will come to the beaches as a result of parking meters, and hence there will be less people to patronise their businesses as a result. Cafes, bars and restaurants in Maroubra Beach have customers from nearby suburbs like Pagewood, Daceyville, Hillsdale, Botany, East Lakes, Rosebery and Mascot. And these people will not return in the same numbers once parking meters are in. I'm also concerned for businesses at our other beaches where we propose the meters. Instead of helping businesses in our area, we are potentially harming them. With regard to the consultation that the council undertook, I personally can't accept that a 6 out of 10 can be put in the yes column. In my book, 6 out of 10 is hardly a yes. Really, even 7 out of 10 is not really a yes. As we all know, there's been a large number of residents emailing us with their concerns and also signing petitions, as we saw that Councillor Burst took up. This really shows the majority of the community is not in favour of parking meters, and I fully support this amendment from Councillor Hamilton, and I urge everyone else to do the same.
Thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
I believe you've been in an accident, and I thank you for coming. You must be in a lot of pain, and you've made a sacrifice to be here, and I'm very grateful for that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. But, Mr. Mayor, your wounds will heal. In a few months, if weeks, your pain will subside. But for our community, if parking meters come into the score, if parking meters are compulsory or come to our beaches and surround, their pain, Mr. Mayor, will be permanent. They will suffer and suffer and suffer. So I say now, no parking meters at our beaches and surrounding suburbs, streets. Mr. Mayor, I speak now as an independent. I speak as a Randwick City Councillor. I speak as a Randwick City resident, and most importantly, I speak as a Randwick City ratepayer. There should be no paid parking meters at our beaches and surrounding residential streets, as it is un-Australian and socially unjust. I choose this fight, Mr. Mayor, not for recognition, but because it's the right thing to do. Tonight, Mr. Mayor, I would like to speak simply about a serious local government issue: paid parking meters at our beaches that has caused a communal feeling of fear, distrust and frustration that could result, Mr. Mayor, in dismantling the social cohesion and sense of community we are so proud of in Randwick City. Mr. Mayor, there should be no paid parking meters at our beaches and surrounding residential streets. Mr. Mayor, as I said, it is un-Australian and socially unjust. I choose this fight. I choose this fight, Mr. Mayor, because it's the right fight. In my opinion, parking meters would destroy the social fabric of our community. This paid parking meters policy at our beaches being considered tonight, Mr. Mayor, is negative and to many residents soul destroying. I speak on this issue simply because this issue is too great to be obscured by eloquence. I speak simply in the hope that my words will be taken to heart. The council initial proposal targeted 7 beautiful beachside locations: Coogee, Clovelly, Maroubra, Malabar, Little Bay, La Perouse and Yarra Bay. Mr. Mayor, you have made some concessions and congratulations on that. But council says these changes would only affect non-residents. As locals are exempt through a permit system, they would apply. But in my view, Mr. Mayor, it affects all of us, our friends, our neighbours and our families. My core values, Mr. Mayor, are equity, social justice and a fair go for all. This policy, Mr. Mayor, conflicts with my core beliefs and values. It is not equitable, it is certainly not socially just, and it does not give everyone a fair go. Therefore, I cannot and I will not support this council proposal. Mr. Mayor, 12,000 people have spoken. They've signed a petition to say no paid parking meters at our beaches. I think, Mr. Mayor, the time has come for Randwick City Council to listen to our residents and not pursue this flawed, divisive, unpopular policy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Members of the gallery. Councillor Magna.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This council must confront an inconvenient truth that there's no such thing as free parking. Every free beach space is paid for by someone. It's paid for by the ratepayers of Randwick, and it's paid for by the renter and the pensioner who don't own a car. It's paid for by the people that our speaker spoke about tonight that aren't able to drive. Our current parking system asks that Randwick ratepayers subsidise drivers from outside the local government area. And the data that we have before us tells us just how big that subsidy is. Between 56 and 85% of beach visitors come from outside of Randwick. We are one of the only councils in Sydney that doesn't ask visitors to make a contribution. That's not really about fairness. That's not really sustainable, and it's not really good policy. I want to acknowledge the opposition that is here tonight and those that oppose the proposal. Your voices have shaped the result before us tonight. The plan we are voting on is not the plan that was originally exhibited. It's much smaller, it is fairer, and it's effectively yours. I also want to point out that Councillor Hamilton, who's moved this amendment on the 18th of November, in fact supported paid parking.
That's incorrect.
It's correct. It's a matter for the tapes.
I support paid parking for these key reasons.
Point of order.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Magna is not speaking the truth. If you look at the business paper, the item that's in the business paper doesn't mention parking meters at all. It doesn't mention parking meters at all. Excuse me. You're coaching him from the chair. You're telling him what to say from the chair.
Hamilton.
You're sitting there mouthing to Councillor Magna, trying to tell him what to say.
Okay, sorry, I'll correct
So
that.
you're supposed to.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. What
no,
I was saying
you're
is it's a
supposed
matter
to
of
rule
record
on
in
my
the
point of
tapes.
order. You're
Thank you.
supposed to rule on my point of order.
Thank you. Sorry, your point of
My
order is,
point
could you
of
please repeat
order
it?
is that on the business paper, it does not mention parking meters in the motion that has my name against it.
Sorry, Councillor Magna, do you withdraw the comment?
I don't. It's a matter of the public record.
Thank you.
I
On
stand
that
by.
basis, Councillor Magna doesn't withdraw. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
So Councillor Magna
please.
didn't withdraw. That means you still move for my motion, which was that it was out of order.
Thank you. Councillor Magna,
Just
please
correcting
continue.
it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support the recommendation before us for the following reasons.
Sorry, Councillor Magna, could you put on your microphone? Thank you.
I support the recommendation that's before us tonight for the following reasons. Firstly, I support sustainable active transport, and price is a signal. When something carries a modest price, behaviour...
Sorry, there being a point of order, I will hear it, yes?
Councillor Magna is not speaking to the amendment.
There is the motion. So it's the motion. There's no amendment in front of us. Thank you. Councillor Magna, please continue.
Price is a signal. When something carries a modest price, behaviour shifts. And our community survey told us this. 23% of respondents said that they would walk, cycle, or use public transport if paid parking was applied. That is 1 in 5 cars trips that are replaced. Price is a very gentle policy instrument that we have, and it works. The proposed peak is $5.70. That is half of what Waverley charges. It is 43% below the Northern Beaches, and it's about 10 minutes in the Sydney CBD. It's the price of a cup of coffee. This isn't a money grab. This is fair. This is...
Point of order, Mr Mayor. The Speaker will be heard in silence.
That is true. I have emptied the gallery in the past. This is the final warning in relation to that. Councillor Magna, please continue.
My point is, it's a very modest proposal and it's overdue. Secondly, on the consultation point and on democracy, this council, every single one of us that are in this horseshoe, voted unanimously to take this proposal to the community in February. And the community responded in record numbers. And a majority of the community and the residents supported the proposal that's in the business papers tonight. We've listened and we've halved the proposal from 3,300 spaces to 1,400 spaces. Every Randwick resident will receive unlimited parking permits for free. Free parking remains at Yarra Bay, on Marine Parade, along Endeavour Avenue. Nippers, surf life-saving clubs and community events will all be exempt. The campaign was heard. Residents will not pay to visit their own beach. Thirdly, diversified revenue. Over the past 8 years, we've relied upon New South Wales Government grants to the order of $5.5 million to fund our cycleways. This council contributed just $700,000. We've got 11 priority cycleways that are waiting, that are shovel ready. We have a coastal walkway extension proposal in the business papers tonight that is short $10 million in funding. We have surf clubs that need renewal. This proposal will raise $3 to $3.6 million each year. And this is funding for coastal infrastructure, for sustainable transport.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor
I
Gordon.
move a 1 minute extension on the basis of interruption.
Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Please continue.
For coastal infrastructure, for sustainable transport, The motorist from Leichhardt who chooses to drive and park at Coogee Beach on a Saturday will help fund for our cycleways, our clean beaches and our lifeguards. Free parking is not free. It's a policy choice, and it's a choice to subsidise one mode of transport over every other. It's a choice that locks us into car dependency, and it's a choice that undermines our community's active transport target. Tonight, we've got a chance to make a different choice and to join every other Sydney council that is asking its visitors to help protect what we all love.
Thank you. I got Councillor Veach, then I have Councillor Said, then I have Councillor... Sorry, that Veach, Luxford, Said. Councillor Veach.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to support the motion, but I have two more amendments. One is at point C, after coastal walkways, add separated cycleways. And after point C, and before the current point D, add an additional point, which is, and write to the New South Wales State Government to increase public transport services in the Randwick LGA.
Can I ask, does the mover of the motion accept the proposed amendment?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And I'll explain why.
It's now been accepted.
Yeah.
Thank you. Very briefly, Councillor Hamilton. I'll then go back to Councillor Veach. But very briefly, Councillor Hamilton.
I accept those two changes because one, in C, I'm asking the General Manager to investigate, and this is what we always ask of council officers to do, and so I trust that what we'll receive back will come back to residents, will come back to council, and we'll be able to look at it. And D, I accept because, yes, the state government, the Labor state government should do more.
Councillor Veach, please continue. Do you have anything further?
Thank you. I have to say, in all my time in council, I have not seen such a significant community response to a matter coming up at council meetings. So that has been quite incredible, and I guess thank you to everyone for writing in, and it was good to speak to so many of you and meet with you. Look, it is clear that council does need to find ways to manage parking and to pay for some expensive infrastructure that is coming down the line. We do have ageing infrastructure that is due to be replaced, and we do need active transport, and we do need to be upgrading our playgrounds and actually installing and extending our coastal walkways, and we do need to pay for it somehow. But unfortunately, at the moment, we have a situation where for the most of our beaches, we don't have sufficient public transport for people to get to our beaches, and we don't have any separated cycleways at all. And it was a shame to see one that was proposed actually be removed by this council a couple of years ago. So I think, given that we are lacking any alternative ways for the community to get to our beaches, it's just not really right to put in the parking meters at this stage when people don't have another way to get to the beach. I think I also really agreed with the residents who wrote in about the discrepancy in the fact that all local Randwick residents would get access to the beaches for free while others would not, and that was really a sort of a point of principle. We do have some parking meters currently at Coogee. They seem to be working quite well, but actually everyone pays for those equally, whether you're a local resident or coming from out of the area. And I just felt very uncomfortable with the idea of friends or family or, you know, other work colleagues and so on coming from out of the area and having to pay when those of us who are quite fortunate to live in this area are sort of getting the added benefit of not having to pay. It just so I thank the staff for all of the work. It was a very big proposal. It was you know, a big community consultation. But at this stage, I think the community has spoken and we won't be able to support it at this time.
Councillor Luxford.
I just have a few questions, first of all, because I know there has been a lot of misinformation thrown out around the place throughout this whole process. You know, I've had people write to me saying that we receive loads of money from the ports. Through to the General Manager, can you tell us the percentage that we actually do get from the ports? Because the ports, I believe, are shared.
Mr. General Manager. Sorry, to the relevant officer. Councillor Luxford, could you please sit? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, I can't give you the exact number, but it's true we do share half the port with Bayside Council. And council gets half those rates. Certainly it's a number I can give you.
Okay. And as far as coastal area goes, I believe Randwick has the largest coastal area along this side to maintain, and our actual rateable area is smaller than most, and we don't have a lot of commercial rates within our rating base. Is that correct?
Through to the General Manager.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Council's percentage of business rates or commercial rates compared to residential rates as a percentage is lower than other coastal councils and other council areas. Our coastline that we maintain is certainly larger than Waverley, Wallara, not as large as Sutherland, not as large as Northern Beaches, but certainly larger than our two adjoining councils.
Councillor Luxford.
So, I guess looking towards the future, we have quite a few projects that are on the books. Mainly, I think 3 surf clubs now that are going to be almost knocked down and rebuilt. So, the fact that we won't be getting, if the proposal doesn't go through, of course, that we won't be receiving some extra funding from paid parking meters, would this lead to rates perhaps having to be put up in the future? I'm not saying in the next budget, but maybe in the next few years or so, or that we may have to take loans, etc., in order to cover the refurbs of these assets that we need to look after.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, the funding that's in the report for the paid parking proposal is purely to accelerate some projects. So all those projects will still get done. All those projects are on the council book. You've all resolved to do them. There will be plans to put in place to do that. I noticed Councillor Hamilton's motion actually asked for a report to come back to address how we could actually fund those moving forward. So these projects will happen. They'll just happen over a longer time frame.
Councillor Luxford.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess we've heard a little bit there. It seems the vocal minority is at it again. Residents under this proposal are being well and truly looked after. My own residents in the West Ward are for paid parking. We struggle as it is for parking up in our area, and paid parking would have helped to move things around a little bit, as we get a lot of people parking all day, and our shops, what we have left, are actually dwindling because of the people that park all day long in areas where they can and try to use the light rail. Our residents would have had, will be getting unlimited permits. Now they will, if the proposal doesn't go through, they will get none. They will have no recourse when parking times and limits are enforced. I know that there's one vocal protester amongst the group whose passion I admire for protesting and joining in and in the community, does not even own a car, and yet complains about paid parking meters. Well, you know, can't have it all. The residents that are complaining expect to go to our beaches. They expect to have services there, such as lifeguards, clean toilets, clean beaches, rubbish removed. And we can't forget that at Coogee at Christmas time, we had an enormous amount of rubbish that needed to be removed at extra cost to the council, that we had to find to get rid of and clean it up, so that the residents, the people that come to our beaches, could all go back down to a clean beach and a clean grassy area to picnic on. All of this comes at a cost that changes and goes up daily, yearly. So these parking meters would have helped. They would help alleviate the parking issues in Kensington, the parking issues around at the beach, and they would also allow our residents to be treated a nice treat from the council, to have unlimited parking for free at a beach. If we travel to Manly, if we travel to Cronulla, if we travel to Leichhardt, if we travel to Newtown, we have to pay. We pay for parking if we want to go and use the restaurants in the restaurant precincts around Newtown and Enmore. We pay if we want to go take visitors to Manly for a drive. We must pay. So I think it works both ways. If we're paying to use other people's areas, they can pay to use ours.
Thank you. Councillor Sid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I speak in favour of the amended motion. And firstly, I'd just like to thank our council staff for the tremendous amount of work they've put into this consultation. Whether you support parking meters or not, I think we all agree that the staff have done a thorough job. They've reviewed thousands of submissions, attended community meetings, answered countless questions, and provided us with detailed reports to help us make informed decisions. They deserve our thanks and respect. What I was disappointed by, though, was seeing the professionalism and the integrity of our staff questioned by Councillor D'Souza during the Governance Committee meeting. Our staff are here to provide professional and impartial advice. They make their decisions. They make the decision. They don't make the decisions. We do.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Look, I will hear the point of order.
Mr. Mayor, that's totally untrue, what Mr. or Councillor Said said. I didn't do that at all. I talked about our ICARE values, and I'll repeat them again. Integrity, customer...
So, Councillor D'Souza, could you please outline in a code of meeting practice what your point of order is?
Well, he's imputing that I said something which I didn't say. I didn't attack the staff. If anything, I cleared up something which was important.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor D'Souza, do you thank you, please be seated. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Said, do you withdraw that comment?
I don't, Mr. Mayor, because if you listen to the tapes, there was an actual question to the council officer, do you have integrity in your consultation? If you'd like to listen to it, you're welcome. I'll continue. Our staff are here to provide professional and impartial advice. They don't make decisions, we do. The role of elected councillors is the role that comes with responsibility to debate the issues respectively and make decisions based on evidence before us. When the integrity of our officers is questioned, with the clear... Oh, thank you. I hope I'm not that boring. With a question with clear evidence and then make it personally. It undermines the confidence in the work they do and in this council. Our staff deserve better than that. I was also disappointed to hear Councillor D'Souza on ABC radio a month ago talking about the outcome of tonight's meeting, that we hadn't yet had the consultation results, and suggesting how councillors would vote. Every councillor is entitled to come to this chamber and listen to the debate, consider the evidence, and make up their own mind. That's how local democracy is supposed to work. As for the issue itself, I've said from the beginning that we shouldn't be doing this to raise revenue. We should be doing it to have parking turnover. Our beaches are some of the Randwick's greatest attractions. The challenge is making sure there's enough parking for residents, visitors, local businesses, and our surf lifesaving clubs throughout the day. In my view, we can achieve this by more effectively with well-designed time parking and with that being properly enforced. If people know they'll receive a fine for overstaying, they'll move their cars, and that's what creates turnover. It's also a fairer, simpler system. It avoids the cost of buying, maintaining, and replacing parking meters, many of which are regularly vandalised. It also avoids administrative headaches of issuing residence permits, visitor park passes, and managing all the exemptions that come with them. The more complicated we make the system, the more it costs the council to run, and it's harder for the community to understand. A simple, clearly signed time parking system backed by consistent ranger enforcement achieves the same objective without all the extra bureaucracy and ongoing maintenance costs. I'd also like to thank the many members of the community who took their time to complete the surveys, attend meetings, sign petitions, whether they agreed with me or not. Community participation is important, and I appreciate everyone who's got involved. Finally, I would like to thank the staff once again throughout what has been a passionate and at times emotional debate. They've remained professional and done exactly what we expect them to do. They've done their job. Tonight it's our turn to do ours, and for these reasons I support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would first like to reiterate Councillor Sed's remarks in relation to thanking the staff. There has been a very enormous piece of work, thoroughly undertaken, and thank you very much. I know it's been a huge extra load on top of all the very fine work that council staff do. Thank you. I'd also like to say that the spirit and the energy and the extraordinary passion that has been shown during this campaign is remarkable, and whether you agree with it, whether you don't agree with it, it's an amazing demonstration of grassroots participation in democracy, and I congratulate you all for your energy and efforts. I know how hard it is to run a campaign for anything, so it's been amazing to behold. I've been very impressed by the strong sense of outrage that many Randwick residents have had about the question of creating a divide between us and them, and this is something we haven't spoken too much about during the debate. And I just wanted to mention that I had more phone calls than I can now remember from very sincere and very passionate people who put the case to me that people travelling from outside of Randwick might be very stressed and might be very constrained by the current economic times that we're in, and that we should not load them with further difficulty. I was very touched by some of these phone calls, and I just want to say a word or two in relation to that. to sort of represent that point of view, but the beaches are not only ours, but in our care and custodianship for all who visit them, to exercise, play, regain peace and equilibrium, and wonder at the extraordinary coastline that we are privileged to care for as a council. It has been striking how often during the consultation Randwick residents have reflected on their privilege living so close to the ocean and expressed a strong sense that people visiting from other council areas should not be charged for parking at Randwick's beaches. And I was very struck by how strong this feeling has been. The speaker from Better Streets said that what is needed is, in order to find the way forward in relation to parking turnover, so to manage congestion at beaches, is a price and a time limit. I would like to suggest that we can find a middle way. We can find a way that actually does have a price and a time limit. We already have the elements of this with time parking. And I'm sure that the diligence, hard work and ingenuity, creativity of our council officers will find us a way forward. And for that reason, I am very pleased to be able to vote in favour of the motion and hope that we will have a way that allows better traffic management, but really, really emphasises active transport and better public transport. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wilson.
I move that we put the motion.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Booth. Okay, well, Councillor Wilson has moved a procedural motion to put the motion. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor D'Souza. All those in favour of putting the motion? Aye. All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton in reply.
Thank you. Look, I'm really glad that I've heard some fantastic responses to this amendment, which became the motion because I knocked out the recommendations on the business paper. And the reason I say that is because voting down the recommendations on the business paper only meant that we stalled it for another day. It meant that it could come back around. And in this way, it's very clear that what we're asking for is for council to explore options that don't involve paid visitor parking. And that's what we want. It is really black and white. It is, you've told us loud and clear you don't want paid parking, that's it. So we're going to knock it out. So knock out paid parking, let's look at all other options. Let's look at what else we can come up with. How else can we come up with additional funds if we need additional funds? As I said, I've been on council since 2017 and I have sat here through many budgets, many conversations around it. I've sat through education sessions on how to read that stuff. It's very complicated and it's not my area of expertise and it's not many people around this room's area of expertise. But what I do know is that it's shared with the people of Randwick every single time it is shared and it is there on the website. You can see it and every single time we are surplus. We are doing really well. We are the envy of New South Wales. And I can tell you that because I've been to a lot of conferences, I've spoken to a lot of councillors, a lot of mayors and GMs, and they all say it. They say this council is the envy because we manage money so well. And then we heard Councillor Magna stand up and try to say that it was me, I put parking meters on the table. That's mudslinging, that's political mudslinging, and you saw it first.
Point of order. I will hear the point of order.
I asked that Hamilton withdraw her mudslinging comment. I was stating a fact that is on the public record.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
I'll take back my mudslinging.
Thank you.
If you do.
Thank you. Please
What we
continue,
saw
Councillor Hamilton.
was we saw some coaching from the mayor, to make sure that politically it has to be blamed on somebody. Why? Why can't it be a case that we sit here, We take the lead of the council staff. As I said, they're the professionals. They've been doing this for a really long time. And so we rely on their expertise. If they come to us and say, we've got problems, we say, how do you want us to work with this? But the really important aspect of the whole process of local government is they reach out to you. So no matter what we vote for, if we say we want you to look into this and we want you to look into that, and we want you to explore all the options possible, if the residents in the local government area say we don't want it, we have to listen to that, because you elect us and we actually manage them. That's how local government works. So I'm really glad that I think the support here, this will get up. We'll put paid parking, visitor paid parking to rest, and we'll look at other options. And I trust that council will come back with excellent viable options that we'll be able to vote through.
Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Calling division.
Okay, there's been a request for a division.
He
in
doesn't
the
want people's hands up.
Respectfully, Councillor Hamilton, that's what we're doing. Call for a division in the name of Councillors Hamilton and Burst. All those in favour, say, raise your hand, please. Thank you. We have Hamilton, Willington, Veitch, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin, Asghari, Said, Burst, D'Souza. All those against. We have Magna, Luxford, Gordon, Wilson and Parker. I declare the motion carried. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. I respectfully request that the public gallery be expelled under section 15.18.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can the gallery please leave? Thank you. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, the gallery's been very disrespectful.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you. Councillors, go. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, would a 5-minute break be appropriate?
No, before.
Sorry?
Speakers, no break.
Beg your pardon? No. Thank you. We now move back to the agenda item CP 16/26. Thank you. Could the gallery please empty itself? Thank you. They are leaving. Thank you. Look, there are members of the public who are waiting. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, members of the public, could you please leave? There are other items of business of which there are people here. Thank you. Can members of the public please leave? There are other items of business. Thank you. Time to go. Thank you. Can members of the public please leave? Thank you. Thank you. For those who are listening at home, the next item is CP 16/26. We return back to the public forum. Speaking for Mr. Michael Fennelly, and to all those who have patiently waited for the several other items, I'd just like to thank you for your patience and apologise for the disorder in the waiting for that. Thank you. We now move to CP 16/26. Yeah. Thank you. We now move to CP 16/26 Heritage Assessment, 5 to Truck Street, Randwick, speaking for Mr. Michael Fennelly. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors. Fortunately, I hope tonight I'm talking on something about which there is more uniform agreement. In March, Council voted unanimously to proceed with a heritage assessment of number 5 to Trook Street. I'm going to speak largely to thank Council, the Planning Department and the Heritage officers for moving ahead with the assessment, and also to just mention that the assessment that has come back through Council is, if anything, stronger than the Heritage report that the local residents commissioned and presented to Council at the last meeting. When I spoke to you last time, I thought what we were seeking from Council was a heritage listing based on merit and also threat of demolition. You'll see that I've added the issue here of an interim heritage order. Now, I'm well informed that there are procedural reasons why the motion that's before Council tonight probably can't be turned into a motion for an interim heritage order, but nevertheless, I wanted to just bring to your attention that the residents do have a concern about the process of what might happen next. We're informed by the Planning Department and by the Heritage officers that this process of moving forward now will probably take some time. If I could just have the next slide, please. So I just wanted to remind Council, if you just indulge me for a moment, that we do have a significant time concern about this. As far as we know, the initial intention with the building that's now shown before you, the hospital building, which as you can see would require the demolition of number 5, the address that's under consideration tonight, and also the adjacent number 7. Both of those buildings would have to be destroyed to build the planned building. From what we understand from staff in the hospital, the original timeline for this was probably somewhere around a 2027 start. And so obviously we're concerned, we understand that it may well take another year or so before heritage was approved on a recommendation from Council. Could I just have the next slide, please? So I just wanted to remind you, if you don't mind on indulgence, just to remind Council that there were originally 7 private homes on the site under consideration. The same owner who would be the applicant for the hospital has been the principal mover on this site for the best part of 50 years, some 47 years, I think now. And that one individual has in fact been the prime mover in the destruction of 5 of those 7 homes. In 3 cases, that was done specifically against Council's intent and specifically against the action, the signed heritage protection order of the State Minister for Planning, on the legal principle that the signing occurred on the Friday, the gazetting of the motion occurred on the Monday, and so the owner, the same owner who exists today, brought a demolition team in on Friday night and evicted all 11 occupants of those private properties and knocked them down before the heritage order could pass into law. So I would just point out that there's a degree of cynicism that I'm concerned about, the residents are concerned about, in what might happen next here. Perhaps we can move on to the next slide, please. There has been a history at other sites owned by the same owners of demolition on a pathway to construction of significant buildings. So I think there is good reason to worry about this. Next one, please, sorry.
Thank you. Can I please, Councillor Hay moves a 2-minute extension. All those in favour, all those against, declare that carried. Thank you.
So I just wanted, so the principal, the applicant, when there is one, there isn't one yet, Facina Proprietary Limited, who owns the Eastern Suburbs Private Hospital, the principal involved has always been Dr. Tom Wenkert, right back when the destruction of those properties occurred. Here are his publicly expressed views of Randwick Council's previous rejections of his hospital proposals on the same De Trook Street site in 1986 and 1998. He went public saying hospitals are special and beyond council's ability and planning controls because they have no understanding of proposals of this magnitude. He said we were a victim of changing times and circumstances. He said it was a waste of time going to the council in the first place. I lost the slide. Sorry?
Thank you. Could you please put the slides back up?
I said a full set of slides.
No, they were up.
Yeah. He said that it was a waste of time going to the council in the first place, but we are forced to go through the procedure. That is, before the final decision would be made by the minister. And finally, making an amended plan was a waste of our money. The situation was absolutely ridiculous. So, next slide, please. I'm sorry? Is it really? There should be another slide. In any case, I had slides behind that just pointed out our concerns with the current process, the same owner. Some of the council will be aware that there's an issue of a generator. The compliance officers have had great difficulty in having the owner comply about the lack of a development application or an approved consent for a generator. Unfortunately, I did have photos showing that despite multiple interjections by the compliance officers trying to stop this work, the same owner has now gone ahead and actually delivered the generator to the site in the last week and completed the construction of the plinth. And so this has almost all but happened despite multiple attempts. So I guess we are concerned. I think technically, apparently, it's not possible to get an interim heritage order to stop any interference with this building, 5 De Trook Street, until council or the planning department decides that some threat to the property is imminent. But I would just say, based on previous track record and current performance, the residents around this building are watching this go on, watching the same owner do whatever they like, regardless of what the planning department and the compliance officers wish to happen. It fills us with some trepidation that if it takes another year or so for this heritage to be declared, something is likely to happen to this building. Because remember, this building is standing smack in the middle of a multi-million-dollar development that the same owner wants. So I'll rest
Thank you.
with that.
Are there any questions of the speaker? Question from Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Fenley, for coming in to talk, Dr. Fenley, Professor Fenley. My question to you is, and I've asked this so that you could explain to everyone here, what's currently happening at the site that we might not know if we haven't driven past?
Okay, so this has been going on for some months, but the generator is not a major thing. Obviously, compared with building a hospital, it might be considered a small thing. But it does represent, the positioning of the generator is very important to the local residents. What the owners have done is, without any consent of council, they've just chosen their own position. And they've built on the corner of the property, directly facing everyone's houses, a plinth and all the electrical supply required, and now the generator, and it will be planned effectively on the corner of Chapel Street and St Mark's Road. And so that any noise that arises from the operation of the generator is very likely to be experienced as much by the nearby neighbours as by the hospital. And clearly, because this land was consolidated now and is now a very large block of land, one would ask, I would have asked, why the owners, if this had gone to council and council had a chance to consent, would this this position have been chosen by a council well informed about the acoustic issues, the performance issues of the generator. All these things have not been considered because it seems that this owner is of the view that they should move first and ask for forgiveness later, or not. So our concern is that this will become a fait accompli.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? There being no further questions, thank you. We now move to the next item, CP 17/26, speaking against Mr. Patrick Cunningham.
Good evening, Mayor, Councillors and Council staff. My name is Patrick Cunningham, Honorary Treasurer of the Coogee Precinct Committee. I'm here tonight been asked to speak on behalf of the Chair and Secretary who are currently away. Firstly, I thank Council staff for the considerable work that has gone into this report and the consultation process. My concern is that the recommendations do not appear to reflect the report's own discoveries. The consultation analysis states that the Kingsford and Randwick junction demonstrate overall community support, while Coogee generated both the highest level of engagement and the highest level of opposition. Council's own desktop assessment using 179 criteria across 3 themes also ranked Kingsford, Anzac Parade, first with a score of 588, while Coogee ranked last with 549. If the objective is to strengthen Randwick's nighttime economy, the trial should begin where additional vibrancy is actually needed. Coogee and the Spot already have a successful evening economy, making them poor locations for a meaningful trial. Many of the proposed trading hours already exist or are exceeded in Coogee. The Coogee Bay Hotel trades until 4 a.m. during the week and 6 a.m. on weekends. While, for example, again, Little Jack Horner, the beach bar opposite, already provides regular live music till 12 a.m. In fact, with the Soccer World Cup currently showing matches throughout the night, the Coogee Bay Hotel is advertising, quote, "Every single match will be broadcast live and loud on the big screens." Council itself has invested in successful activations such as Coogee Nights, the Spot of Festival, with further events listed in this year's Council Operational Plan. The State Government's Special Entertainment Precinct initiative was intended to revitalise areas affected by COVID restrictions and the former lockout laws. That is not the position in Coogee, where the nighttime economy is already well established. Kingsford is far better than a trial location. It received the strongest support in Council's assessment. It has University of New South Wales with some 82,000 university students and around 10,000 living within walking distance. Excellent public transport, numerous restaurants and clear potential for greater evening activity. The report also identifies Randwick Junction as highly suitable because of its scale, diversity of land uses and lower acoustic sensitivity. Rather than delaying consideration of this area because of future area planning proposals, those processes could be coordinated to avoid duplication. I'm also concerned that 2 additional sites, the Coogee Beach Club and Coogee Diggers, have recently been added in the last 2 weeks, despite being outside the area exhibited for public consultation. These sites are separated from the main entertainment area by major residential neighbourhoods, and their inclusion extends the proposed precinct well beyond what residents were consulted on. This is not a minor amendment. Nearby residents have had no opportunity to comment, and both venues already have the ability to apply for extended trading hours. If I may continue from...
Thank you. There's an extension for 1 minute. Thank you. All those in favour, all those against, carried.
Nearby residents have had no opportunity to comment, and both venues already have the ability to apply for extended trading hours under existing planning processes, including them now risks undermining confidence in the consultation process. In conclusion, I believe further work is warranted before proceeding. If Council wishes to undertake a genuine trial, Kingsford is the logical starting point because it has the strongest community support, the highest assessment score, and the greatest opportunity to demonstrate measurable improvements in nighttime vibrancy. The report itself identifies risks relating to funding, staffing, government policy and implementation. Given finite council resources, these should be directed to an area where a trial can genuinely test whether special entertainment precinct creates new activity rather than one where activity already exists.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cunningham. Are there any questions? There being no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, we now move to CP 19/26, Randwick Development Control Plan Stage 2 Post-Exhibition. Speaking against, Mr. William Brindle from Meriton via Microsoft Teams. Mr. Brindle. Sorry, just before you start, just 1 second. Councillor said?
A non-pecuniary, non-significant declaration that the next speaker, Anthony Boutros, is known to me. He's a Southwood resident and I see him sometimes at the Malabar SL on Anzac Day. So I just want to make it known that I do know him.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Brindle, please commence. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a number of questions for the council. The approved master plan and the DCP are the same. Therefore, the DCP is not required. Why is council choosing now, 17 years after the master plan was approved, to bring this section into the DCP? Second question is, in the Department of Planning's determination letter for Council's local housing strategy dated 23rd of June 2021, the department stated that Council must collaborate with stakeholders to confirm long-term housing supply. What has Council done to meet the obligations of the department's letter and its obligations under the local housing strategy and local strategic planning statement? What, if anything, is Council doing to improve housing supply within its LGA? How is Randwick Council tracking in terms of meeting its housing targets under the Housing Accord? And how many dwellings in the Randwick LGA, in particular within the Kensington to Kingsford precinct, are student housing compared to residential housing? Thank you.
Through to the General Manager noting, could I just get some procedural advice, as it is unconventional for members of the public to ask questions during the public forum, as normally it goes the other way. Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, should you wish to have those questions answered, you could ask those questions to the relevant staff officer during the actual debate.
Thank you. Mr. Brindle, do you have any further comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Hay has a question.
Mr. Brindle, could you possibly email through those questions to us? So
Certainly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there a preferred method you'd like me to do it through an email address?
Oh, just andrew.hay@randwick.nsw.gov.au.
Great, thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Look, I'm advised the Director of City Planning has been taking notes during that as well. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton. Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions? There being no further questions, I now go to the second speaker against, Mr. Anthony Boutros from ABC Planning.
Good evening, councillors. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak before you this evening, and especially appreciate that I'm the second speaker, which is not always the case, so thank you very much for that. I'm a town planner who's lived in the local area for my whole life, and I don't often speak in these sorts of forums, but I think tonight warrants that to be the case. I speak against the adoption of the draft DCP and request that it be deferred to allow for re-notification and also a workshop with council planners and architects. I'm aware there's also other speakers that would have also liked to speak tonight. in supporting re-notification, and some have also already sought legal representation. In particular, the last-minute removal of a savings provision that was in the draft DCP that was exhibited last November is unreasonable and unwarranted. Besides the removal of the savings provision, other wide-ranging planning changes have been introduced. The majority of residents, architects and developer stakeholders would be unaware of these reforms, which are being introduced in a rushed and non-transparent manner. If one views the council website today, the exhibited version from November is still on the main page under the DCP provisions. The contradictory provisions and unformatted nature of the DCP reflect the hurried manner in which the changes have been prepared. Many of the controls are confusing to architects, lawyers and planners due to conflicting wording and diagrams. This is not a criticism, but merely another reason why the DCP should be re-notified, which will allow for such matters to be addressed. In relation to the removal of the savings provision, if you purchased a property or designed a DA last November or following the exhibited DCP, you would have had comfort and confidence in your design and potential yield. Preparation of DAs costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. These have been prepared based on the exhibited controls. The removal of the savings provision allows for retrospective application of controls which effectively undermine the design and yield of those applications. Furthermore, the inclusion of a savings provision last November meant that a lot of people didn't need to put anything in because there was a savings provision, so that left a lot of people with comfort. This is procedurally unfair and not in good faith. There is no public outcry that warrants a savings provision to be introduced without re-notification. Only 11 submissions in relation to these C2 provisions from a population of 140,000 were made. Furthermore, the new planning requirements and amendments in the non-exhibited DCP have the effect of undermining much needed housing supply and in particular affordable housing. When we undertook envelope testing based upon the new controls, what we found is that the FSRs were around 2 to 1, well below 2.86 to 1, which in many cases is about 5 to 10 apartments, which were all for affordable housing. So the effect of the changes in the non-exhibited DCP is to effectively remove affordable housing. This cannot be consistent with Council's policy. Council also inserted a new minimum lot frontage width requirement. This is contradictory to the state policy and therefore will have no effect. I'm surprised that that would even be introduced because it's completely inconsistent with the Act. The increased front, side and rear setback requirements that have been put in are well beyond that which are currently and that exhibited, in some instances by up to 80%. How can such changes be introduced without re-notification? Council's report describes these changes as refinements. When one compares the extent and impact of the changes between the originally exhibited DCP and that released last Wednesday, any reasonable person could not come to that conclusion. The changes are not refinements. They fundamentally alter the planning landscape and drastically reduce FSRs to be well below that sought to be achieved by state policies. The base FSRs of 2.2 to 1 for sites within 400 metres of town centres can be increased to 2.86 to 1.
Thank you. Movement for an extension
Thank
for
you very
1 minute.
much.
All those in favour, all those against, declare that carried. Thank you. Please continue.
The base FSR for 2.2 to 1 for sites in 400 metres of town centres can be increased to 2.86 to 1 if 15% is dedicated to affordable housing. The effect of the changes of setbacks reduce FSRs to 2 to 1 below the base FSR and therefore no affordable housing. From review of the planning report, the changes have not been reviewed by Council's Design Excellence Assessment Panel. If this has not been done, it's understood that this is in breach of the state planning regulations and that leaves the DCP open to a legal challenge. Changes of this magnitude ought to be done with transparency and consultation. To adopt the DCP without a savings provision and with these changes would be inconsistent with Council's core value of integrity. I acknowledge the difficulty of Council's planners having to deal with planning changes imposed on them by the state government. Council's planning team are well regarded and I appreciate the complexities of having to meld state and local controls. However, the proper way for amendments of this magnitude would be to have open dialogue with key stakeholders. I've got 2 paragraphs, sorry.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. With key stakeholders in association with re-notification. There's no downside to open consultation and hopefully a collaborative approach would achieve intended housing targets while reducing litigated matters in the Land Environment Court. On this basis, I request that Council defer the adoption of the draft DCP to allow for consultation and workshops to occur with key stakeholders. I know many planners, architects would welcome such an approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Hay.
Thank you for speaking, Mr. Batros. Batros. You mentioned that there were some developers considering legal action. Can I ask you to think of how many developers you know who are in that boat, and multiply that by roughly the number of other developers you would know that would be in a similar situation? And can you give me an estimate of how many lawsuits the council could be fighting if it's passed in the current form?
I couldn't speculate. I have legal advice in my hand from Mills Oakley, who are representing quite a few developers. I also have, just through other people contacting me in the last few days, I know that they're a quite significant number. I couldn't put a number on it with any certainty, but there would be a significant number. And with the changes, particularly with the Mills Oakley advice, when we went through the Environmental Planning Assessment Act and regulations, the fact of the inconsistency with the state policy undermines a lot of the differences, while also, if it has been referred to the Design Excellence Panel, it's not clear in the report that it has, but that would also be another reason for a potential challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We now move to NM47/26, Notice of Motion from Councillor D'Souza, dedication to the late Fred Wilkes.
Mayor, so
Is
he won't
withdrawn?
be speaking on the matter.
Okay, thank you. We now move to NM51/26, Notice of Motion from Councillor Willington, keeping cats safe in Randwick, speaking against Lisa Walpole from Urban Kittens, and then I'll go to Susan Cowling, who's speaking for.
Good evening, councillors. I'd like to start by saying that I'm not against keeping cats contained and safe in the Randwick area. I have 3 indoor-only cats myself and strongly support responsible cat ownership. What I'm speaking against tonight is spending council money on an education campaign that I believe will have little or no impact. Most cat owners already know why cats should be kept indoors. They know it protects wildlife, keeps cats safe from cars and diseases, helps them live longer, healthier lives. Yet many people still choose not to contain their cats. The same is said of desexing. The information is already out there, but knowledge alone doesn't always change behaviour. I also worry that campaigns focused heavily on roaming cats can have unintended consequences. Unfortunately, they can reinforce negative attitudes towards cats and encourage some members of the community to take matters into their own hands. The cats they target may be strays or loved family pets that have wandered outside, or community cats that are being cared for by local volunteers. We should be careful that our messaging encourages responsible ownership without creating hostility towards the animals themselves. Rather than investing in an education program, I believe those funds could be directed towards something that would create real, measurable change. The RSPCA has an article about the importance of desexing community cats on their website, and I believe Councillor Luxford has emailed this out to all of you today. They explain that many neighbourhood carers genuinely want to do the right thing, but simply don't have the financial resources to organise veterinary care or large numbers of cats. Once desexing begins within a colony, litters stop appearing, the cats become healthier, and the situation becomes manageable. This is exactly what we see in rescue across Sydney every day. Here in Randwick, there are experienced volunteers who are already willing to donate their own time, trapping, transporting and caring for community cats. What we don't have is the funding to pay for their desexing. Just last week, I was asked to help an elderly woman in Matraville who has around 30 cats living in her backyard. She wanted help. She cared about the cats, but neither she nor our rescue could afford to desex them all. So I had to tell her we simply can't help. That is heartbreaking because we know what will happen if nothing changes. More kittens will be born, the colonies will grow, and more cats will end up roaming the streets. If Council wants to reduce the number of roaming cats and better protect our local wildlife, I believe the most effective investment would be to support desexing programs for community cats and provide assistance to low-income residents and pensioners who are unable to afford these procedures. Education has its place, but practical support delivers practical results. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? Councillor Lutsford.
As a colony feeder myself, I know the benefits of colony feeding and care. So just to reiterate, programs such education is fine, but practicality on the ground is much better, and we would definitely be better off supporting rescues such as yourself to manage the colonies and get the cats desexed, because then it leads to natural attrition and less cats on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And to date, how many cats have you rescued and rehomed or desexed to keep off the streets of Randwick?
I couldn't answer that. I've been working in rescue for 8 years now. I can tell you that just recently we helped a man in Randwick who had 8 female cats at his place. He donated some money towards their desexing to help us. We took 9 kittens from his house. They're all in foster care now, and we're looking for homes for them. So if anybody would like to adopt a cat, go to our Facebook page. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking for, Susanna Cowling.
Good evening, Mayor Parker and councillors. I'd like to speak for the notice of motion from Councillor Willington, keeping cats safe in Randwick. This entails commitment to the welfare and safety of our pet cats, stray cats, and the native wildlife of Randwick. I'm a cat rescuer and a Wires volunteer for the East Branch. I've been working to contain and rehome stray and semi-owned cats in the area since 2019. This involves desexing and vet work, as well as socialising kittens and cats and then finding them homes so they're safe off the street. I frequently attend our native birds and possums hit by cars and other injuries. Of course, this is unavoidable in the wild. However, with pet cats, car accidents are completely avoidable if they're kept indoors. One way to protect stray cats from being harmed on the street is for council to contribute to stray cat population management through subsidised desexing programs. This will reduce the stray cat numbers, which will also protect the pet cats who roam and are injured in fights. I'd like to read a supporting statement by Dr. Karen Harkin, veterinarian at Matraville Veterinary Practice. I am a client of hers who uses her service for cat and wildlife rescues. As a veterinarian at Matraville Veterinary Practice, I see firsthand the consequences of allowing cats to roam freely. Unfortunately, it is not uncommon for us to treat cats suffering from serious injuries sustained in fights with other cats, road traffic accidents, and attacks by dogs after entering neighbouring properties. Many of these incidents result in significant pain, costly treatment, and tragically, the loss of a beloved pet. Keeping cats safely at home, whether it's indoors or within a secure outdoor enclosure, greatly reduces these risks and helps cats live longer, healthier lives. Educating owners about these benefits is an important step in improving feline welfare within our community. In addition to the risks faced by roaming cats, our veterinary team sees injured native wildlife that has been attacked, likely by cats. The protection of local wildlife is an important community responsibility, and reducing the roaming of domestic cats can play a meaningful role in helping to preserve vulnerable native species. For these reasons, I support Council's proposed campaign to raise awareness about keeping cats safe at home and the associated benefits for both cat welfare and wildlife conservation. Initiatives such as the RSPCA's Keeping Cats Safe at Home campaign provide practical and positive guidance for pet owners and help foster responsible pet ownership. I commend the Randwick Council for its commitment to the welfare and safety of companion animals and the protection of native wildlife, and I encourage councillors to support this motion. Yours sincerely, Dr. Karen Harkin. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford.
You mentioned that you also work with wires.
Correct.
So you'll see a lot of injured animals, cats, birds, etc. What is the fox population impact on our wildlife? Because I truly believe that the foxes that are running around our streets, down Anzac Parade in Kensington at night, it's marvellous, are far outweighing stray cats in the area doing any damage. Or pet cats or any
Yeah. Potentially that's true. We cannot ascertain exactly what is causing each animal's injuries. There's dogs, there's cats, there's foxes, there's prey animals, cars. Human impact is huge. We will look into foxes. We need to set up wildlife cameras to analyse whether they're making much of an impact. But so we certainly get calls regularly, mostly foxes hit by cars, more than seeing a fox attack native wildlife.
Thank you. Councillor Luxford, I'll then go to
So do you think a fox cull would be more appropriate than going after our pet pussycats? And I can show you some.
I don't think we should.
I can show you some lovely photos. I think everyone's seen them all here before, but I do like showing them of my cats.
I don't think we should
sitting
go
with the
after
ducks
our precious
in the
pussycats.
backyard.
No, I think we should protect all feral ones. I don't think we should be going after them. We should be desexing those and reducing the population, but we need money to do that. And we need to keep monitor the numbers of all the animals that are attacking each other. We don't know, of course, unless we study it.
Thank you. Councillor Willington.
Thank you very much for coming in and waiting, and thank you to you both for coming in. It's great. Susanna, I wonder if you could just speculate, perhaps, but you're very experienced in this area. Do you, and particularly with cats as well as with native wildlife, do you think that most people with cats realise that if their cats don't roam, their pet will live on average 70% longer, which is a central part of the campaign, keeping cats safe? What's your sense of how well known this is?
I would say people in the industry, of course, are aware because we see all the cats that sadly are killed and injured, and anyone in the veterinary world would understand that. But the everyday cat owner, I don't believe, would know. And you hear online and in the community people completely shocked that they've lost their cat and they never expect, and the missing cat numbers are massive. And people, yes, they microchip and they might have an air tag, but of course it never works when the cat's gone. So people are not aware enough, and they're losing cats day in, day out, whether it's through loss or through death or through car. Yeah, agree.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? There being no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to NM 52/26, Notice of Motion from Councillor D'Souza, celebrating our city's multiculturalism and diversity, speaking for Auntie Barb Sims. Public section.
Mayor, councillors, council staff, Noel, what a great question to raise. What a great topic to raise. Each and every one of you sitting here come from a migrant background, remember that. First Nations people accepted, we accepted. But when you stop and think who you are, where you come from, you're not First Australians. So we need to embrace. Noel, thank you for raising it. It's so important when we look at multiculturalism in this country. I embrace everything that goes on with multiculturalism. We've accepted many, many people to come to this country as a First Nations woman. So when you raise questions like this and raise topics like this, think deep and hard. Noel, I will support you in whatever you do and say, and how you embrace community. I don't know what your councillors think here, but like I said earlier, think where you come from. Think where you migrated from. To the people that come here to a land of freedom, diversity, and an open space where people are accepted. We were never accepted in our own country. We were always second-class citizens in this country. I was taken away as an 8-year-old. I remember that. So, to a land of milk and onion, freedom and diversity, this is it. God forbid if we were in America with Donald Trump. God forbid. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Speaker? There being no questions, thank you very much, Aniba.
Thanks for raising it.
Thank you. I might suggest that we have a 5-minute, actually, realistically, it's going to be 10 minutes, a 10-minute break, and that we return at 8:55 p.m, but 8:55 p.m. sharp, councillors. And for those listening online, the meeting is going to adjourn, and then we will resume at 8:55. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. I now reopen the Randwick Council ordinary meeting at 9:02 p.m. Thank you. Alrighty, so now we go to. Thank you. For those who are listening, we're just going to move down the business paper in the orders of which they appear. The first item on the business paper is MM18/26. I reiterate the passing of Auntie Marilyn Russell. I'd just like to reiterate my comments at the start of the meeting and express my condolences on behalf of all of Council. I commend the mayoral minute. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. And I just confirm that we observed the minute of silence at the beginning of the meeting. I now move to MM19/26, financial assistance and donations. Councillors, I take the mayoral minute as read. Do I have any speakers? There being no speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to the supplementary business paper, MM20/26, City Architect and Design Director. Councillors, I take the mayoral minute as read, but I just want to draw your attention. It doesn't commit us to a course of action. It calls for a report. I commend the mayoral minute. Are there any speakers? There being no speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. MM21/26, acknowledging Judge Scott Nash, OAM, former Mayor of Randwick, who is a recipient of the King's Birthday Honours Awards. Councillors, I move this mayoral minute with great joy, and it is my pleasure to acknowledge His Honour Judge Scott Nash, OAM, who was a former Mayor of Randwick and was recently awarded a medal of the Order of Australia by the Governor-General in the 2026 King's Birthday Honour. This honour recognises Judge Nash's outstanding contribution to both local government and the legal profession. Look, as a former Mayor of Randwick, he has clearly been outlined as a Randwick legend and a very, very effective and respected Mayor of Randwick. I also note that as a judge, he is highly respected from the legal profession, and this is a highly commended a recognition on behalf of Judge Nash. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
I'd like to just say that I'm really pleased at this mayoral minute, so I commend it. And I've known Scott Nash for 20 years. So when I joined the Liberal Party, one of the first people I saw at my very first meeting was Scott Nash. And it was a real joy because he is a very likeable person. He's very intelligent. He worked really hard on council. I know he worked with everyone. When someone says that, it's the truth. You know, when they say someone's the nicest person, he's really the nicest person. And I was fortunate enough to be invited to his wedding ceremony, and it was just wonderful, beautiful, heartfelt occasion. And as a long-term resident, I mean, you know, Scott Nash is so nice that he got his mum and dad to help hand out for me in my election, and they gave me some time off at Randwick Public School so I could go have a bit of a breather because I was there all day, as you do when you're running, right? He is, he is a legend. Yeah, the Mayor just said it, and it's true. He is an absolute legend. He will give back to anyone who asks. He will try to support people. He'll provide guidance. He has certainly provided guidance and feedback and mentorship to me when I've asked it. He won't hold back. He won't say no. He says yes a lot. He's always, willing to jump in and help out, which is fantastic. So I'm so excited for him. I'm so excited for his husband Matt and the children, and and the fact that they're here still in Randwick. It's so great to have such an upstanding member of our community moving through, different career stages and still staying around and giving back to our community as much as I know he can. So yeah, this is fantastic, and on behalf of all the Liberals, we're super excited to see him continue to excel, and he will continue, I know, for a very long time to reach fantastic milestones in his current career.
Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Scott Nash, what can I say? A really special man. But before I start, Mr. Mayor, who's the youngest mayor Randwick's ever had? Is it you or Scott Nash?
I'm advised by Judge Nash and by Lionel Bowen's son, Councillor Tony Bowen, that former Deputy Prime Minister Bowen was the youngest, and Scott Nash was very close second. However, they both provided me that answer after asking how old I was when I was elected. So I will defer into that. So no.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too would like to acknowledge Scott Nash, who inspired me and showed me how things could be done better when I became the mayor. I was independent. He belonged to a political party, but he was always generous. Mr. Mayor, do I have...
Councillor De Souza, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some people. Anyway, Mr. Mayor, he was a good and decent fellow who did lots of good for our community, but he showed me the way. I know the family particularly well, his partner Matt, Liam and Lana, the children. I've been to their home in La Perouse. David and Leslie, his parents, Malabar people, they're very supportive and very proud of his achievement, just as proud as we in this room, Mr. Mayor, are. A young mayor who ended up becoming a magistrate, now they call them judges, and in doing so also attaining the OAM. And I can tell you, it's not easy to get one of those. So well done to Scott Nash and his family, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your humility at acknowledging him for what he is, a good, decent politician who became a magistrate and now a judge. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Just in replying on this mayoral minute, I'd just like to read a brief email from Scott, and just would like to say thank you very much for your extremely kind words in the mayoral minute regarding my recent OAM. Serving Randwick City Council was an honour, but there is no way that I could have done any of the work of council staff. Although I was honoured with the award, it really belongs to so many other people, and in particular the hard-working staff who are and were, as you know, flawless in their commitment to delivering council's vision. The reason why I wanted to read that on the record is I actually think that is a very excellent reflection of the humility of the man, considering that even on receiving such a distinguished honour, to recognise that honour in part is the product of others. So I think that is actually quite a good commendation of his character. It is for those purposes I commend the mayoral minute. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to MM22/26, expediting the installation of a water bubbler at Coral Sea Park. Councillors, I take the mayoral minute as read. Are there any speakers? There being no speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. MM23/26, UNSW Sydney named Australia's top university. All I will briefly say in relation to this mayoral minute is how proud I'm sure we all are to have such a esteemed institution in our community. We have a very strong partnership with the University of New South Wales, and I am both very thankful to have it in my community and very proud of it securing this recognition. So I commend the mayoral minute. Are there any speakers? There being no... Yep, Councillor Hamilton.
All right, I wasn't going to, but I just can't help myself. I'm so excited about this because I am an undergraduate. I did my honours at UNSW and I enjoyed the whole experience. I thought it was fantastic. I have such fond memories and I love the fact that we have such a, world-class university right in our backyard, and the reach that it has, not just for its university level, but there's lots and lots of other programs now that we see available at lots of different universities. But when you have UNSW on your in a transcript, it really does say something. So I think it's fantastic that it's right here in our backyard. And I'm super proud. I'm proud to be an alumni of UNSW, and proud to know that it's still as good now as when I was going through 20 years ago. So fantastic.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to Mayoral Minute 24/26, Council response following the Coogee shark attack on the 13th of June. Look, councillors, I gave extensive comments at the beginning of the extraordinary meeting on the, I believe, 13th of June, the extraordinary meeting earlier in the month. Look, I won't speak to this much further, but what I would like to do is just quite publicly acknowledge once again the bravery and professionalism of Randwick Council lifeguards, and how proud I am to have them looking after our community day in and day out, responding to a range of very serious incidents. And I think that this really quite highlights the sets of situations which we ask our council lifeguards to respond to. In particular, I would just like to personally acknowledge council lifeguards Luke Twitchings, Charlie White, Blake Thornton and Leroy Belanto, who were on site and responded to the incident under very challenging circumstances, and express our community's appreciation for them to be there alongside members of the public who responded after the quite tragic and shocking shark attack on the 13th of June. Councillors, I commend the mayoral minute. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Burst.
I'd just like to actually thank Carolyn Martin, who has shown leadership, actively involved in Coogee Surf Club, Coogee Beach, and has been a beacon for shark mitigation devices and actions. I also commend the Mayor in following Councillor Martin's leadership. Thank you, and I commend this mayoral minute.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Sid.
Mr Mayor, I commend this mayoral minute, but I'd also like to say there was members of the public who actually thanked council and yourself that we had the shark bite kits available. I don't think the public knew that at the time. The ones who did actually came forward and thanked us for it, so I just want to make that known.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. I believe that concludes the items on the supplementary business paper. For those who are listening, you now return back to the ordinary council agenda. Councillors, is there any urgent business? Okay, thank you. There being no urgent business. Thank you. We now move to General Manager's reports, GM4/26, 2026 Operational Plan and Budget, and 2026 Fees and Charges. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Luxford. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor...
Mr Mayor, I have urgent business.
Well, you have to call out your urgent business. I did ask for it.
Okay.
What I will do... when we get to the item of urgent business, you actually have to call it. But what I will do is I will give it as an opportunity for you to give notice of your urgent business, which will then be considered as the last item on the agenda. Councillor Hay, please give the urgent business. Could you please read it out, what the urgent business is, and then explain why it needs... So yeah, could you just read out what the urgent business is? You'll then explain why it is urgent at the end of the meeting.
Mr Kelly, it is rather long. Do you need me to read it out all in person?
Just read out the motion, because no notice has been given.
I see.
Councillors actually need to know what it is that you are seeking to move.
Okay. That council, noting the closure of Kensington Post Office on 1 May 24 has a devastating effect on the local economy and the livability of Kensington, particularly for elderly residents, those with mobility issues, and noting that Australia Post had a leaked internal memo, Post Office and Network Licensed Post Office Reimagined dated 9 June 2026, which is alleged to have detailed the closure of 36 post offices in metropolitan Sydney and Melbourne, with alternate plans for rural and regional Australia that could see additional post offices close, and noting the Shadow Communications Minister, the Honourable Senator Sarah Henderson, has announced a Senate inquiry on the 24th of June 2026 into the postal services, and that Randwick Council prepare a submission to the Senate inquiry which outlines the devastating impact that closing Kensington Post Office had on the community, and expresses a desire to not have additional post offices within its boundary close in fear of similar impact happening in further suburbs. So the reason why this is urgent is that, as you know, there is a deadline to...
So, Councillor Hay, thank you. You've given notice. We'll now return back to the agenda on the item. We then, as the last item, you will then argue why it is to be considered as urgent.
We don't have to establish urgency anymore?
No. So
Okay.
there was an amendment at the last meeting. At the end. So yeah, you do at the end. And then, so we've just given notice. Then at the end of the meeting, you then explain why it is urgent. Council will then vote on declaring it as urgent. We will then move to the debate if it is considered as urgent.
Just quickly point of order. It's not reflected that way in the what do you call it, the contents page of the business paper.
Fair enough. It is the code of meeting practice, though. Thank you. We now move to GM4/26, 2026 Operational Plan and Budget, challenged by Councillor Luxford, seconded by Councillor... Yeah, actually, you're all right. I apologise. I'm tired. It's been a big day. Thank you very much, Councillor Burst. We now move down the item for challenges. GM4/26, 2026, challenged by Councillor Luxford. Okay, thank you. CP16 being a planning matter, a record of voting is required, challenged by... Councillor Hamilton, thank you. CP17/26, challenged by Councillor Gordon. CP18/26, challenged by Councillor Hay. CP19/26, challenged by Councillor Gordon. Thank you. All right, we can now, these now can move in globo. CP20/26, variations to development standards, unchallenged. CP21/26, draft statewide community participation plan, challenged by Councillor Veach. CP22.
Challenged. All good.
CP22/26. I actually heard Councillor Magna first. My apologies. Councillor Magna. CS24/26. Fig tree removal, 43 Richard Avenue, Coogee. Unchallenged. Thank you. CS25/26. Challenged by Councillor Hay. CS26/26, challenged by Councillor Said. Sorry, excuse me. CS27/26, service level review, challenged by Councillor Luxford. CS28/26, street cleaning service review, unchallenged. CS29/26, Judge Lane Randwick proposed partial closure, challenged by Councillor Veach. CC12/26, challenged by Councillor Burst. CC13/26, Building Community Connection Trust and Belonging, challenged by Councillor Luxford. Thank you. CC14/26, notice of motion from NM26/26, street banners commemorating Easter, challenged by Councillor Gordon. Thank you. CC15/26, challenged by, I heard Councillor Willington on that one. Disability Inclusion Action Plan. CO22/26, monthly financial report, unchallenged. CO23/26, monthly investment report, unchallenged. CO24/26, service review, customer service request management, unchallenged. Can I please have somebody move the unchallenged items? Moved Councillor Gordon, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. All those in favour? Those against? Declare that carried. Yes, thank you.
Unpopular as this may be, we have and haven't got a hope in hell of finishing before 2 o'clock. Can we please consider vote 2 for, 2 against, and 2-minute speeches? Have we changed the code of meeting practice so we can?
No, it's not. So I'll just ask for some procedural advice from the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After one of our council meetings, I think Councillor Hay asked us a question about putting in amendments to that. I went and sought legal advice. The 2 for, 2 against can't be done in globo. It has to be done on each particular item. So you can still do it, you just got to do it each particular item that you do.
Danny, just do it
every single time.
Thank you. Danny, just do the. You can do the times. You have to move the times. Councillor said, can I just suggest that you amend your procedural motion to do just 2-minute speeches?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As explained by the GM, we can now, I'll just confirm it, now we can move 2 for, 2 against at the start of every item. And can I just clarify, can we still do the 2 minutes instead of 5?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor said, are you moving that procedural motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Burst. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. GM 4/26, 2026-27 operational plan and budget, and 2026-27 fees and charges. Challenged by Councillor Luxford. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Gordon. Councillor Luxford, could you please outline what it is you're moving?
Moving as per the business paper.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to it?
No, I reserve my.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. CP 16/26, Heritage Assessment 5 to Truck Street, Randwick, challenged by Councillor Hamilton.
I'm moving as per the business paper and...
Seconded by Councillor Burst.
By Councillor Burst. And what I would say is we've heard from Professor Fenley today. We've heard from residents in the past as well about this. We've heard from Mrs. Fenley as well. It seems that this issue is, it's really important. I don't know if people understand. Heritage is so important, especially in suburbs as old as ours. And once they're gone, they're gone. You know, you can't come back from a beautiful building being ripped down. It just doesn't happen. You know, I know that there are places potted around Randwick where we have little bits of sandstone with a plaque saying there was once a building here. It's not the same. So I think we should definitely take heritage seriously. I believe we do. I believe we do err on the side of caution. We need to with this one. It sounds to me like they're taking liberties at this particular site, and I just would urge the staff to continue their vigilance, continue their response. They've been doing an excellent job in listening to the residents, listening to responding to their emails and getting out there and speaking to the people that are out there are potentially developing when they shouldn't. So I just encourage the staff, thank the staff very much for the work they've done so far, but continue to encourage them to stay vigilant and stay on top of this issue and do all they can to ensure that we have heritage in Randwick, and I think that they already do, so please continue to do that. Thank you, and I hope everyone supports this and votes it as per the recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Burst.
I'll reserve the right.
Thank you. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. So I support the motion, and I was just wondering, would it be legally possible to remove the last little bit of point C? So it just read as support the making of an interim heritage order on the property, and actually delete the last part if there is a demonstrated risk of harm or threat to the property. Could we legally do that?
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Veitch, it is possible to remove that second part of the resolution because all that is doing is identifying when an interim heritage order can be placed on a property. We can't do it unless it is under threat or risk of harm, so it is not necessary to have that second half of C.
Yes, so are we saying that we're going to stop after on the property and then full stop property and take off if they're... Yeah, look, of course, I absolutely accept that, and thank you very much for the Director's advice.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hamilton, do you wish to close the debate?
No, I think that's clear. I hope I've got support from everyone, and looks like the outcome will be a good one, hopefully.
Thank you. Now put it. All those in favour... Oh, sorry, it's a voting matter. We'll need to go straight to a division. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. I declare that unanimous. Thank you. We now move to CP 17/26, building on Randwick Nighttime Economy Special Entertainment Precincts, challenged by Councillor Gordon, seconded by Councillor Magna. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move this in a slightly amended fashion to add an additional point G, which I believe I've sent through to David Kelly. Oh, maybe not.
No,
Alright.
he does have it.
Does he? It'll be in the Labour amendments. The point G is just writes to Liquor and Gaming New South Wales requests a briefing for the Coogee Precinct Committee on the Special Entertainment Precinct Framework. It should be up there on the screen. All right, so look, I just want to recognise firstly the feedback from the Coogee Precinct and thank Mr. Cunningham for his contributions to the debate tonight. And I am amending this to ensure that the Coogee Precinct members are well informed by Liquor and Gaming, which is in this case is the regulator in this space, as to, of course, the impacts of sound management and complaints handling, which are two issues that have been raised with me and many other councillors and correspondents. I am excited to move this report because, at the risk of admitting that I can sometimes spend money outside of this LGA, I did recently visit the Enmore Road Special Entertainment Precinct in the Inner West, I believe, LGA, I think. And look, Enmore Road already had a fairly developed nightlife scene, being close proximity to Newtown, but after the implementation of the SEP, I can tell you it has become a genuinely great place to spend time and money. Now, the report prepared by council staff outlines the clear reason why this trial should actually start at Coogee. It's recommended a trial in an area where there is an existing level of nighttime activity and where council-led activations such as Coogee Nights already exist. This enables us to test our operational and management requirements and apply it to a following trial in Kingsford where the scene is less developed. So while I thank the Coogee Precinct for their contributions, I still think we should continue with the staff recommendation that we first trial the SCP at Coogee. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Magna.
I also want to thank the council officers for their very thorough work. There's a lot of rigorous planning and evidence that needs to go into establishing the special entertainment precincts, and the vibrancy reforms give Randwick a real method to enliven our nighttime economy. And nighttime economy means local jobs, means local culture, it means streets that are alive, feel safer after dark, and streets that are engaged and activated, not dormitory suburbs. The evidence is clear. We've got all the 4 precincts have been considered. Coogee, the Spot, Kingsford, Randwick Junction, they've all got demonstrated capacity for a vibrant nighttime economy. We don't want to pick winners or losers, but I think the staged approach is the right approach that we've chosen to take to work where we have existing momentum, and that's clearly in Coogee, but also move where we've got at the Spot with the Randwick Ritz, where there's a dining culture, and we've got the Spot On program that's been an incredible success. And we learn from that experience. And that's the approach that Inner West has taken, that Councillor Gordon referred to, who have been trailblazers. We've also got our colleagues in Waverley that are moving in this direction. Manly's moving in this direction. The Inner West has been incredibly successful. Randwick has the capacity to be on the nighttime economy map. We've got the basic building blocks there. We don't want to be a bystander. We want to be an active participant in this global movement that the New South Wales State Government has driven, and it will bring great life and amenity for our residents. Commend the motion.
Thank you. Are there any further... Oh, Councillor Leach. Seconded by Councillor Wellington.
And that is to replace reference to Coogee from point A to F with Kingsford. And in point G, change to Kingsford and Randwick precincts.
Thank you. Councillor Magna, do you accept the amendment? Sorry, Councillor Gordon, my apologies.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leach, please continue.
Councillors, ever since I've been on this council, which is now, you know, close to 9 years, I've been a very strong advocate for Kingsford and Kensington. We have been trying, I've had motions, all of the West Ward councillors have put up motions over the years trying to get funding and to actually drive some investment in that area and ensure that it's a vibrant area. We were waiting for the development, now the development's happening. You know, we could be waiting another decade before that's all finished. But yet we have UNSW there, which with its tens and tens of thousands of students and tens of thousands of staff, we only need them instead of going back into the city to go out there. We only need them to get on a different direction on the light rail stop, go down one stop and actually activate that area. It has got huge potential. As the report notes, we have the Roundhouse. Obviously, there is also NIDA who have productions. We've got the Esme Timbery Creative Practice Lab. There is so much going on. Plus, of course, we've got all of the incredible restaurants. The people of Kingsford want this. The Chamber of Commerce wants it, and the report states that. Please, let's actually get some funds into Kingsford, where it is so badly needed. Councillors, I urge you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington as a seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I support the amendment. I think it's very important to note that the assessment, we went out to the community supported Kingsford strongly, and the council's own ranking brings Kingsford in at number 1 as with the highest score, and I think that there is a perception in the community that Kingsford has been left behind. Coogee does get a lot of attention, has had a lot of good resources and exciting events, but I think there is a risk to not going out to an area that has had less, and the community might be a bit surprised to see that it hadn't been put there as an option for the first round. So I support this. I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a hand up. Oh, actually, no. On the amendment, I'll go to Councillor Luxford, then I'll go to Councillor Asgari.
Yeah, I can't support the amendment at this point in time. Whilst I'm all for Kensington and Kingsford receiving funding, revamp, etc., at this present stage, most of the shops, 50% of the shops in Kingsford are closed. We are going to lose more commercial space, which we don't know exactly what is, for certain, due to the developments on both sides of Anzac Parade. So at this point, I would rather wait and see what we are left with and what we can work with in order to revamp Kingsford and Kensington once all the developments are over, because I know we're challenging some of those developments and the commercial space that we are losing, but at the moment with shops shut, I just think it's a waste to pour money in when we don't know the outcomes.
Thank you. Councillor Asgari.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to thank council staff for their work on this, and also thanking Mr. Cunningham for his time and presentation, who appropriately mentioned the main points. But I want to add that while I support the objective of encouraging vibrant nighttime economy, I do not believe Coogee is the most appropriate location for a special entertainment precinct. Coogee is already one of the busiest destinations in our LGA. It hosts numerous events throughout the year and has recently benefited from the Coogee Nights program, which activated Coogee Bay Road from 4th of March to 15th of April. These initiatives already support local businesses and encourage people to enjoy the area after dark. However, Coogee is also a densely populated residential area. Many people live, raise families, and expect a reasonable level of comfort. I have received several emails from residents, including Rona Wade from Coogee Precinct and Helen Tan, chair of the Strata Committee at 230 Arden Street, writing on behalf of residents living without and around the proposed special entertainment precinct. Their concerns are shared by many others, including families with school-age children and residents living close to schools within the proposed area. For example, if you look at page 74, the report CP 17/26 confirms that the written submissions overwhelmingly oppose the proposal. Residents have expressed their concern that extending trading hours is likely to result in increased alcohol-related activity, more noise, and antisocial behavior. Instead, I believe Kingsford, particularly along Anzac Parade, can be a stronger.
Thank you. Please continue.
Instead, I believe Kingsford, particularly along Anzac Parade, present a stronger opportunity with better access to public transport, a growing hospitality sector, and greater capacity for evening activity. It is well placed to benefit from a special entertainment precinct while stimulating economic activity in an area with significant potential. For that reason, I believe Kingsford is the more appropriate location for this initiative, and I don't recommend Coogee being selected for the trial.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, after we put the amendment.
Okay, this procedural motion moved Councillors Rosenfeld and Martin. It's got to be a question.
It's a question to this. When I read the code of conduct, I think when you put it, it doesn't need a second. I just want the general manager to confirm, and if we don't need one, can we just put it and go ahead?
Okay, regardless. Actually, I think you're right in that. Mr. General Manager. Yeah, it's a procedural question. That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a procedural question, so it's just a mover.
Yeah, thank you. I thought it was a question on the substantive matter. Procedural motion that it now be put. Sorry. All those in favour of putting the question on the amendment? All those against? Declare that carried. It being an amendment, there is no reply. So we'll go straight to a vote on the amendment. All those in favour? Actually, as being a planning matter, a record of voting is actually required. Yeah. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Willington, Veach, Asgari, D'Souza. All those against? We have Hamilton, Magna, Hay, Luxford, Gordon, Rosenfeld, Martin, Wilson, Said, and Burst, and the Mayor. All those, so I think I declare the amendment lost. We now return back to debate on the motion. Councillor Wilson.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question through to the relevant officer regarding the points that were raised by Mr. Cunningham, who spoke this evening about that he believes that the Coogee Randwick RSL and the Coogee Beach Club were only recently added to the special entertainment precinct. Is that correct?
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wilson. You may recall, Councillor Wilson, that at the GAC meeting we talked about the Diggers was raised. There is another venue down there that is also a licensed venue, which is the bowling club or the tennis club. So it was the whole idea that to ensure there's a consistent management of venues, licensed venues in the area, that those areas be included within the special entertainment precinct. The provisions in the state government provisions that allows that to occur. I will just add one more thing, that of course additional consultation will occur if the council endorses this notice of this resolution tonight, because we do need to do a planning proposal where we do go out to the community again.
Thank you. Councillor Hay.
Thank you. I sent through an amendment to Mr. Kelly. I don't. I couldn't agree with the part of Councillor Beach's amendment that would strip Coogee of becoming a special entertainment precinct. However, I would like to change the first four words in Part B3. Mr. Kelly, bring it up. So instead of the words consideration is given to SCP trial at Kingsford, it changes to within 2 years begin an SCP trial at Kingsford. So just toughening that up and guaranteeing that Kingsford gets an SCP trial, even if it has to take 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Gordon if he accepts the amendment? Yes. Okay, thank you. Gets incorporated into the motion. Are there any further speakers on the motion as slightly amended by Councillor Hay? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gordon to close the debate. Thank you. I'll now put it. A record of voting is required. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Hamilton, Willington. Yeah, that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we now move to CP 18/26, public notification of the draft VPA, challenged by Councillor Hay. Councillor Hay, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll
I
then
move
call
as
for
per
a
the business
seconder.
paper and waive my right to speak.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Gordon. Are there... No, it's Gordon. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. A record of voting is required. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Declare that. Okay, I actually have to go around. All those in favour: Hamilton, Willington, Magna, Veach, Hay, Gordon, Rosenfeld, Martin, Asghari, Wilson, Sed, Burst, D'Souza and Mayor. All those against: Councillor Luxford. Thank you. We now move to CP 21/26. CP 19/26, Randwick Development Control Plan Stage 2 Post-Exhibition Report, challenged by Councillor Gordon. Councillor Gordon, can you outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
As per the business paper.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Magna. Thank you. There is a hand up from Councillor Gordon, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, just quickly, I wanted to say a few words in support, firstly, of the many items in this DCP which the Randwick Labor team have supported and that have made it into the final version of this document. There are many things in here that include items that support housing affordability and action on climate change, expanding the provision of rooftop solar in our area. I also note the comments made by the representatives of planners and builders today who made comments regarding the DCP controls about low and mid-rise areas. Look, these reforms represent a significant opportunity to increase housing supply in our area, and one of the reasons why I consistently advocate for a collaborative approach with state government is that way we get to set our own built form controls. And because of the pace of these reforms, planning staff do have to move quickly in response to a rapidly changing regulatory environment, and that includes changes to the DCP that will encourage amalgamation of lots and ensure compliance with the Apartment Design Guide. And I am confident that these controls should be implemented now to ensure that future generations can benefit from increased housing supply that also benefits the community by providing for suitable places to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Magna.
Further to Councillor Gordon's comments, I think this is an incredibly detailed piece of work. So much detail for us all to absorb and so much work that has been undertaken in consultation process and in the council offices, and I am very grateful for their dedication to that task. I think when what was clear to me reading it is that heritage is respected, trees are protected, co-living is being required for people, not for profit margins, and the streetscape will look like will be Randwick in character. There'll be Randwick neighbourhoods and a community that is involved and will see the outcomes in the consultation and the feedback that they provided. There were 210 submissions, 89 from the Little Bay Cove. I think that design is clearly a really important principle, and that's been respected in the DCP. So we're not having a cookie cutter style of development. We're having proper design principles. The co-living rooms need to be fit for purpose. They need to have wide enough to be appropriately lived in. Also, the power lines going underground when there's major developments. I think everyone around the horseshoe will agree that that is an excellent initiative, and the public art component as well, I think, creates a real sense of place. And these are reasonable obligations that we're imposing upon developments that will shape our city and shape our community, and I'm very proud that we've got to this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Rosenfeld. I'll then go to Councillor Veach, then I'll go to Councillor Said, and then Councillor Hay.
Okay, I've got an amendment. I sent it through to David Kelly. And in that amendment, on point C, I will change to, I will amend to adopt the following DCP sections placed on public exhibition that have not been amended, except B3, where all references to avoid gas cooktop ovens and space heating systems in section B36 is to be removed. As I mentioned before, we can't transition to renewables without still having gas to rely on. So I was opposed to this when we put it out to consultation, and I'm still opposed that it's still in the DCP. As I've also mentioned, in the recent Middle East conflict, our federal government actually, in order to get fuel, actually went and sold a lot of our gas to foreign countries in order to get fuel in. So you can see that gas is a very valuable commodity, and for new builds, it's really, especially a lot of the retail outlets, the restaurants that are going to come to new builds. Without gas cooking, I don't know how some of these restaurants are going to operate. In our wonderful LGA, so I urge you to remove that section.
Thank you. Can I confirm, Councillor Gordon, do you accept the amendment? Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst.
By not allowing gas cooking in houses, we are discriminating, we're being racist.
Point of order, can Councillor Burst be heard? The councillor to my right keep talking.
We are being racist to a component of our community.
Okay, hold on. So there are a couple of things. So thank you. Hold on. Thank you. In relation to the point of order, while I didn't hear any councillors talking, I will remind the council that all councillors will be heard in silence. Now, to the point of order from Councillor Magna. Councillor, could you please outline your point of order?
The reference to it being racist is offensive and should be withdrawn.
Yeah, look, I would concur with that. Councillor Burst, do you withdraw?
No. As far as I'm concerned, and this is a fact, there is communities, there is cultures that rely on gas cooking. To not allow them to have gas cooking is discriminating against certain nationalities.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Magna.
Thank you.
So just in relation to that, look, I am actually of a mind to uphold the point of order from Councillor Magna, and that it is actually an act of disorder, and to impute the motives of other councillors in relation to particular policy positions which they'd be doing, and suggesting that something, a policy position such as this is racist, I think would go to that, and I'd uphold the point of order. Thank you. Councillor Burst, please now continue in relation to this.
Well, there's no need to continue because obviously we don't want gas. We want to discriminate against certain cultures.
Councillor Burst, I've just upheld the point of order that is an act of disorder to suggest that. I would suggest that you continue your remarks without engaging in disparaging commentary to your colleagues. Now, please continue your remarks.
I support Councillor Rosenfeld's amendment to have gas available to buildings.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? I'll go to Councillor Gordon, then I'll go to Councillor Veach, then I'll go to Councillor Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to remind Councillors Rosenfeld and Burst. Sorry, Claire.
Sorry, thank you. Please continue. Thank you. Please continue.
I'd like to remind Councillors Rosenfeld and Burst, the last time we debated these items in the DCP, before we sent the public consultation, we resolved as a council to remove the sections of the DCP that eliminated gas cooktops, but preserve the sections of the DCP that eliminated gas ovens and space heaters for the purposes of impracticality and that no one installs them anymore. So I would argue that this amendment is firstly not consistent with the position of council, but also obfuscates the position of the DCP, which is that there is no provision in there to eliminate gas cooktops.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
Thank you. Councillors, people are voting with their feet. They are embracing renewable energy in their homes, and one of the real difficulties in this area is people who are living in apartments or who are renting, and you know, a very high proportion of Randwick residents rent and live in apartments. We need to ensure that they are able to access cheaper renewable energy as well as those who own their own standalone homes. People are rushing to take up the various government incentives that have been around to allow them to get rebates to install solar and batteries. And in fact, at times, we're now reaching over 50% of Australia's energy production is derived from renewable sources. And a lot of that is actually coming from rooftop solar and batteries because it is cheaper. It is cheaper. And there was an urban forum at the recent National General Assembly in Canberra that spoke to this very issue, and a large part, this is totally banned in Canberra, and you would imagine a place like Canberra in the ACT, which is much, much colder than Sydney, and they are basically banning gas in new builds. And if anywhere needed to be able to warm their homes and so on, it would be Canberra. And they also pointed to a number of examples of restaurants in Canberra that were using induction cooktops, including Asian restaurants. So this is the way of the future. We are all now dependent. If we did not have renewables in our energy stream, I can only imagine what we would be how bad our energy bills would be. So we need to actually go with the future, and please don't support the amendment.
Councillor Veach has concluded her remarks. Councillor Willington, I'll then go to Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to draw councillors' attention to two facts. One is that if you Google the Asthma Foundation of Australia, you will find that medical experts, paediatricians advise the removal of gas appliances from homes, from a domestic environment, because of the micropollution that is related to asthma. It is, without question, a contributory factor in childhood asthma and probably adult asthma as well. And the micropollution from burning fossil fuels also contributes to long-term other health risks, including cardiovascular disease. It is a fact. The other fact is, if you care to Google, as I just did, you can find immediately that induction cooking and celebrity chefs are a real thing. Celebrity chefs love induction cookware. Especially draw your attention to Eleanor Ho, a Chinese wok cooking expert. Ho discovered an induction wok stove that fits her cooking needs, and these chefs highlight the benefits of induction cooking, such as precise heat control, safety and ease of cleaning, and share their personal experiences and positive impact of induction cooking on their culinary practices. And I would add that it makes their kitchens a lot safer. There are fewer accidents, and their staff are not at risk from the micropollution of inhaling the byproducts of fossil fuels when they are combusted in a confined space, no matter what the extraction fan capacity might be. Thank you. These are matters of fact, and we shouldn't continue to dwell on ideas that have long since passed their use-by date. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Renewables are extremely expensive and are ruining our country, causing inflation and increasing rates, interest rates. So here listening to people stand up and say, oh, they're so cheap, it's so great. It's not that great. You don't see every single house with a solar panels on top because they're very expensive. And your chances of recouping the cost of that like 20 years later it's just not worth it. And we're a country where we should be able to be given choice. You know, we should be able to be afforded the choice between what's available, and gas is still available. I just went and bought a gas heater. I'm not going to be ashamed. I need to go get a gas heater because I've got a gas outlet. And I'm not going to take out the gas outlet to put anything else in because it's going to cost me $10,000 plus. So, you know, it's not cheap. It's expensive. And people will use what is available to them and the cheapest source available.
Councillor. There has been a request that the amendment be put. We have had 2 for, 2 against. Now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried, that the motion that it be put. We'll now deal with the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, it being a planning matter, a record of voting is required. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Hamilton, Hay, Rosenfeld, Martin and Burst. All those against. We have Councillors Wellington, Magna, Veach, Luxford, Gordon, Asghari, Wilson, Said, D'Souza and Parker. I declare the amendment lost. We now return back to the debate on the motion. I actually had Councillor Veach. Councillor Veach.
Actually, I also have an amendment which I sent through to Mr. Kelly. And Mr. Kelly, it's the second version that, if you could put that up, please. Thank you. So, councillors, this is not deleting any of the recommendations on the business paper. The earlier wording was actually sent to me by a member of the Kingsford East precinct, and I have sent this through and received some suggested changes from the Director of City Planning. This applies to D1, which is just the Kingsford Town Centre only. So it doesn't apply to any other areas in the LGA. And essentially the gist of this is to respond to requests from both the Kingsford West Kensington and the Kingsford East precincts, who all want a supermarket in Kingsford. And so this just makes some allowances for developers who may be developing those larger blocks to, it gives them the capacity to do that, to have the floor plate large enough to accommodate a supermarket. It's not saying that's going to be the only type of development there, but it does allow for it. And we do want, and these requests are coming from older residents, they're coming from younger residents who have families. It's really quite across the board, and I hope you all support this amendment.
Thank you. Before I go to the seconder, can I just ask the mover of the original motion if you accept the proposed amendment? Okay, the amendment gets accepted and incorporated into the motion. We now return back to debate on the motion as slightly amended. The next speaker I have is Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few questions to the relevant officers. As we've heard tonight, which actually pricked my ears up a bit, is there any substance to the question or the proposal that we may have legal action if we don't, if we do put this through tonight? That's one.
Through to the Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor said, I can't really answer that question. However, what I can explain is that the matters that the presenter was presenting to council mainly relate to C2, which links to development applications that have been lodged for the LMR, under the LMR provisions. Reforms have been introduced by the state government. Those controls were introduced in a void. So in a void for councils, there wasn't any guidance in relation to councils to apply in relation to bulk and scale, functionality of the site, the interface that occurs with in surrounding residential areas. So what we have now over 15 applications of council for LMR, 14 of those are within the court. And when we started to develop the controls for the DCP, we didn't understand, the community nor the assessing staff understood the impacts of what these developments would look like. And I'll give you one example. There is one that has just been before the court, which is an 8-storey building on a 10-metre lot, 10-metre wide lot, surrounded by residential, just low-scale dwelling houses. The impact on those properties through overshadowing, through visual bulk, for privacy issues, through just an overpowering development is extensive. So while, what we heard from submissions, what we've heard from our own assessment staff as part of the submissions, the need to have some controls in place to guide how what these developments will look like. In relation to yield, in relation to affordable housing, none of that will be substantially impacted. What we're trying to do is to ensure that we take the state government planning provisions, ensure that we can make them work in the Randwick area, rather than having a whole lot of areas that have overscaled development that have significant impact. You've heard them from residents as well, that we need to have something to guide this. So whether they do lodge a claim against us, I cannot say, but I think we can justify introducing those provisions within the DCP to a guide to ensure we have appropriate outcome, and listening to what we heard from submissions.
Thank you. Follow up from Councillor.
Thank you for that. And the second question is, it sounded like, and in layman's terms, that the goalposts have been moved to some of the DAs that are apparently in there, apart from the ones you've just mentioned, like the oversized ones, which you can understand need to be looked at. But there seems to be even just ones that may be in there that have met the actual criteria at the time, yet they might not meet the criteria now. So is that a little bit, is it justified in some ways?
To the Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor said, without unpacking all those development applications, remember, or just to highlight, that this only relates to what the non-savings provisions relate to is co-living, and infill affordable housing, and properties under that, sites that are lodging applications under LMR. If you're a dwelling house, if you're dual occupancy, if you're low scale, residential, if you're just putting a residential flat building in, it does not apply. It's where we're looking at it, where applications have been put in that our controls under the exhibited DCP, when we weren't ready for it. As I say, we weren't ready for it. So, but there's always the opportunity. Remember, it's a DCP. The developers know it's a DCP. The planners know it's a DCP. So there's always the ability to come and negotiate, redesign, get variations, but ensure the objectives of the DCP are met and the intent of the control is met. It's not like an LEP where you've got to do a 4.6 and justify it till the cows come home. It's about that ability to negotiate. But what we're trying to do here is we're responding to what we've heard to make sure we get outcomes that work for working character, working streetscape, make sure we have sufficient landscaping, and we reduce that bulk and scale within those lower scale areas that character is slowly changing.
I just want to say, Mr. Mayor, that I thank the officer because actually I think it was implied that it did refer to dual locks, etc. And you've said it, you've clarified that, so I think I'm satisfied. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further? Oh, sorry, my apologies, Councillor Hay.
Thank you. Mr. William Brindle spoke to us during the public forum aspect of the meeting. He asked several questions through, he used his speech to ask several questions, although that's not the appropriate format. I'd like to pass those questions on, and still the Director of City Planning is taking notes. How do you respond to Mr. Brindle's questions?
Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr. Mr Mayor, Councillor Hay. Thank you. Please correct me if I haven't got them all, but the first one was about the moving of the master plan for the Meriton site down in Little Bay into a DCP. This is standard practice that we do that. We did it for Newmarket, and we did it for Prince Henry, and we will do it for those larger sites. So it's not. What it does, it's now putting it into a planning framework that works under the EPA Act. No different than we do anywhere else. Why council hasn't collaborated with stakeholders, I think that was the second one. We're always talking to developers, all the time. Stella, her team, Frank, his team, myself, we're talking to them all the time. In relation to Meriton, I have put an invitation out to discuss to them. They did not take that up. So with respect to Mr Brendrell, I'm quite happy to meet with him to talk about his site. In relation to our housing targets, we're well on track to meet the 4,000 dwellings we're required to meet by 2029. Randwick Junction, housing improvement areas within our existing R3 zones. He did mention, of course, what's happening in K2K. Yes, we have been flooded with co-living down there, but that is not of our choice. That is the choice of the sector down there. But you will recall some months ago the council put things in place to see if we could encourage more livable co-living development to occur down in that area. So the issue of not meeting our housing numbers is not an issue.
Councillor Hay.
The second speaker, Mr Betros, said that we were non-compliant with the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act at one point. Is this development control plan compliant with the EPA Act?
Thank you. Director of City Planning.
Through Mr Mayor, Councillor Hay again. I think Mr Betros was referring to the minimum lot size, minimum lot frontage for provisions that relate to sites lodged as an LMR. There is no minimum lot frontage within the SEP, so therefore there is the ability for councils to introduce that into a DCP.
The third question, sorry, do I have the call?
Councillor Hay.
Yes, thank you. We received an email from Ms Hannah Yearden just before we started. It attached a letter from a partner at Mills Oakley and Mr Anthony Wheely. 5:12 p.m. How do you respond to that letter? Or have you had a time to consider the allegation? There's a letter which details 11 issues with the development control plan. Have you had time to consider the allegations made in that letter?
Director of City Planning.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Hay, no, I have not in detail undertaken a detailed review of that, but I understand a number of those applications that were mentioned are in court at the minute. So some were co-living, some were in relation to LMR, but as I made reference to in responding to Councillor said, the provisions have been included into the LEP that relate to, as I've said, things like interface, things like character, things like design, is because the SEPs, the housing SEP, which LMR co-living and infill affordable housing fall under, a void in relation to that. So what, without unpacking, without really understanding what Oates Miltley has said, we would be, what we're doing is ensuring we can fill that gap to ensure we have comprehensive assessment in relation to applications of that nature.
Thank you. Councillor Hay, your question?
No, just quickly to move the amendment. I was moved by Mr Petros's speech. I do like a lot of stuff in this DCP, but I'm just not convinced that we could do a roundtable with developers, with the planners and the architects and the area specialists with local understanding. If it's possible.
Could you just outline what your amendment is, Councillor Hay?
The Randwick Council defer this motion to allow for consultation, re-notification and a workshop with planners and architects who are familiar with the area.
Sorry, Councillor Hay, just before I go to you, I'm just getting some advice from the General Manager as to whether or not this is a question which has already been dealt with by the meeting. Mr General Manager.
Mr Mayor, Councillor, if I recall right, Councillor Rosenfeld at the beginning of the meeting put a procedural motion so we didn't have to go through the speakers without being in the motion for a deferral, which the council defeated for that thing. So that's already been addressed by this body at this particular time.
Just to quickly follow up, is it different because it was deferred for a briefing? This is deferred for a workshop. With the
Through to the General Manager.
I don't think there's enough of the distinction.
Okay, thank you. On the basis of that, I suggest that the amendment lapses. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Gordon, do you wish to close the debate?
No, I waive my right.
Thank you. It being a planning matter, we'll now put it. A record of voting is required. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Hamilton, Willington, Magna, Veach, Hay, Luxford, Gordon, Rosenfeld, Martin, Asghari, Wilson, said, but it is unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a procedural motion.
Yeah, I will hear the procedural motion, yes.
Well, actually, I actually have two.
Two.
I asked...
Let's deal with one at a time.
Yeah. Regarding my notice motion 48, I've asked two people to come tonight, and including Ms. Angela Walsh. She intended to come and give a speech, although there was a technical mishap which meant that she wasn't actually on the speakers list. So I've moved so I'd like to move a procedural motion to reopen the public forum to allow her to speak on notice of motion 48.
Can I just confirm, did Ms. Walsh request to speak?
I sent an email asking her to speak, but I didn't get a formal reply to that, so I didn't nominate. Sorry?
No, I'm more than happy. I just from a procedural standpoint, I just want to get an indication, just for the meeting, was there actually a request from Ms. Walsh to speak?
There wasn't a request sent through to Mr. Kelly.
Okay, that's fine. That's helpful. There now being a procedural motion in relation to this, a procedural motion needs to be dealt with. It is unconventional. I haven't actually seen this ever done before in a Randwick Council meeting. Do I have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. All those in favour? Those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Before we do that, councillors, can I just very politely ask that we do not make that the practice in future? Thank you. Ms. Walsh.
Thank you, Councillor Hay, for inviting me, and thank you, Mayor and councillors. We've been invited to comment on the single lane slow point in Tunstall Avenue, Kensington. This is a follow-on from the Kensington West Kingsford precinct meeting on the 1st of June, in which there was a unanimous vote from a large number of actual attendees, a number of about 40 local residents, very concerned with the safety issues of the single lane slow point in Tunstall Avenue. We request the single lane slow point be removed for the following reasons. The hazardous nature is causing danger to road users, pedestrians and parked cars. The essential problem is the slow point is located on a hill, close to its crest and not on flat ground. There have been many car accidents, and I'd like to emphasise that in a period of less than 5 weeks, there were 3 accidents. And on the 17th of May at 5:30 p.m, the slow point caused the blowout of a tyre, resulting in the driver losing control and hitting two parked cars. One car was written off. It was actually the second time that neighbour's car was written off at that point, and the other car was badly damaged. Police and ambulance took almost 1 hour to attend. During this time, residents were directing traffic in the dark, causing risk to their personal safety. In addition, drivers frequently contest who has the right of way, and we have provided footage of a car forcing another vehicle who was almost at the exit of the slow point to reverse back and causing the car behind it to reverse back because that driver would not give way. And it happens quite frequently. The slow point creates an incentive for drivers to speed up, to enter the slow point first, so that they can get in before the opposing driver. We have also witnessed cars speeding up to the slow point, treating it as a racing activity. The slow point fails to slow e-bikes and e-scooters, which poses a significant safety risk as they tend to speed straight through it. And e-bikes and e-scooters tend to be reasonably quiet, and it poses a particular risk for pedestrians, and particularly where near a school and near an aged care home. The narrow lane creates a bottleneck on each side of the slow point, further resulting in driver impatience and aggressive behaviour. The queue of cars from the north end of the slow point back up to the crest of the hill, and thereby reducing visibility and causing hazard and further impatience by drivers. Many people have reported flat tyres caused when driving through the slow point, and at least one car has had two flat tyres going through and not speeding, which affected their ability to control the vehicle. Drivers have to break the law to fully cross over the double lines when they enter the slow point from the north end. And I have to say, even as a local, I find that disturbing. And I think that people who are not familiar with the area would find it more challenging. Cars frequently collide with the slow point edge, brake heavily, and then accelerate loudly, significantly increasing traffic noise for residents. At night, this disturbs the sleep of residents, which is detrimental to our health. And this is right close to our residents and particularly one of our neighbours, 4 of our neighbours, and we're all affected. If traffic flow has reduced by the implementation of the traffic management system in that end of Tunstall Avenue, and I'm not saying it has, but if it has, then it has been at the expense of safety and increased noise. Finally, the slow point fails to comply with Australian standards and Austroad guidelines, particularly with regard to its location on a hill close to the crest. The slow point needs to be removed as a matter of urgency. Should council wish to look at alternative traffic calming measures at the slow point, then this should be done in a way that does not negatively impact on the safety of residents, pedestrians and road users.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the Speaker? There being no questions of the Speaker, thank you. We now return to Sorry, do you have a hand up from Councillor Hay?
Thank you. I did say I had two procedural motions. The second procedural motion is that we move to debate M 48 of 26. I may or may not be accepted on this point, but in recognition that they've been waiting around for 3 hours, I don't want them to wait around for another 2 hours.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Veach. Thank you. And I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Hay. Seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. Thank you.
So could we just, if I move to the business paper, if I just change the word on the in point B from council poll the residents to council consult the residents of Council Avenue. Just changing that one word. And at the end, consult the residents, implement it, and at the end of that sentence, that was as a matter of utmost urgency.
Sorry, I just have a further question to Councillor Hay. In relation to point A,
Yes.
would you accept changing the word proposed to considered?
Proposed. Be considered. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Please talk to your motion.
Look, I'd like to thank Ms. Walsh for just speaking, and I'll adopt her submission as my submission. So thank you very much. I'll send if nothing else.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld is the seconder.
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I support this motion and also thank the residents, Michael and Angela, for coming tonight. I've been coming to the Let's Chats, and we had a very big group at the most recent precinct meeting with many residents coming along about this issue. This device is considered by residents to be very, very dangerous. It has been causing very serious accidents, and I've driven on it myself, and it just does not feel safe. It's an unusual device, and there's been a lot of discussions and emails sent through to various staff, and we have arranged to have a meeting with the West Ward councillors and staff and residents. So I really thank the staff for all of the time that they've put in so far and for agreeing to come to this meeting. So I hope we can find a solution to this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Hay, do you wish to close the debate?
Reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to... which one are we doing? We are now going to back to Director of City Planning Reports, CP21, sorry, CP20, no, sorry, my apologies, CP21/26, Draft Statewide Community Participation Plan, challenged by Councillor Veach.
Thank you, and I have a small amendment as well, which I sent through to Mr. Kelly. Councillors, I'm sure you would have read the discussion paper and also the submission put forward by the staff, and I'd really like to thank them for that. Essentially, this new community participation plan really is the exact opposite of what the title suggests, that the community will be able to participate. In fact, what it is detailing is the way in which community participation is going to be drastically reduced, if not eliminated in many cases. We know how much our community wants to have a say. If you are getting a development next to your home, you want to be able to see those plans, and you want to be able to know what the impacts might be, and you want to be able to give that feedback and hope that it is taken into account. What this new community participation plan does is actually, in many, many cases, completely remove those rights. You will not be notified. I mean, even if a block of flats is going to be built next to your home, you may not know until they start demolishing the existing dwelling there. It's really terrible. We can constantly hear the sort of really, really dreadful misinformation that councils are holding up the building of new homes in this state. It is a lie. We have councils are not holding up development. We're not holding up the construction of new homes. Actually, councillors and council staff are doing their very best, but we need to ensure that planning is there. Sorry, I forgot we had the 2 minutes, so I'll move my amendment, which is a very small change, which is on page 188. And this is relating to the appropriate scope of exempt development, and council staff have listed 5 things, and I've just removed boundary adjustments and minor tree removal as being exempt development. I think people will want to be notified about boundary adjustments, and people definitely want to know about tree removal. There's no definition of what a minor tree removal is, and so I think that is my only change.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Gordon. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. It just being a submission, it can be done on the voices. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CP 22/26, Tree Canopy Target Feasibility Study, challenged by Councillor Magna, seconded by Councillor Wellington.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, fellow councillors. I want to start by thanking the council officers and all the others who have worked on the research and the commitment and the effort that they've put into preparing the report. The study that was commissioned as a result of previous council resolutions found that the targets we adopted in October aren't achievable. That's not because we weren't trying, it wasn't because there wasn't a commitment, but it's just simply because when we did the detailed work, it was found that trees take a while to grow. 58% of this city is on private land, and ambition without evidence produces targets that fail. But on this regard and this recommendation, we're now acting on the evidence. And the right response to an honest analysis is an honest decisions. We can't replace a target. We can't reach with a target that is not retreat. It is acting with integrity. And the land use specific targets to 2060 with milestones in 2040 and 2050 now give us a really clear framework that is accountable and deliverable. Plus, we've got $500,000 and a dedicated planning team in the budget process to plant 1,751 trees a year with people and resources, and I'm very pleased to see the report commits us to that clearly. Environmental sustainability and urban forest is one of the passions that I've had and one of the reasons that I decided to stand for local government. One of the other reasons is about acting with good governance and integrity, and this does both of those things in this recommendation, and I commend the report to you.
Councillor Wellington.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Magna. I support all your remarks. I have a question to the relevant officer. I was pleased to see that the report recommends a dedicated team of 3 officers be recruited to meet the revised target of 19% by 2060. Each planting season is vital to achieving the target. If we have to wait for the funding of new staff until the 26-27 budget, we will miss important planting time. Is there a way to get 3 staff on board before next autumn? And if so, how will this be achieved?
Through to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Wellington. So, councillors, to achieve that, what we're doing is council has crews that mow parks and that all through the year. Obviously, in winter the grass grows slower. Our intention is to reallocate some of those resources to actually do the tree planting for us in the time that we actually should be planting the trees, which will then give us the ability to meet the targets that are in the national report now.
Thank you. Councillor Wellington.
Thank you. Thank you very much, General Manager. Okay, I'd like to add a point to the recommendations D. This point addresses a discrepancy between the operational plan and the report that we are now considering. So point D, Mr. Kelly has it, says to endorse, based on the targets outlined in B, to amend A12.2 of the 25-29 delivery program and the 26-27 operational plan and budget to read as monitor and increase support for trees planted, retained and maintained in order to increase canopy cover to support the green grid to meet the Randwick City target of 19% tree canopy cover by 2060, which just is a wording to align the operational plan and this tree canopy target feasibility study. Thank you.
Councillor Magna, do you accept the proposed amendment?
Happy to accept.
Noted. Noted. All right. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I take it you don't wish to reply. I'll put the question. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CS 25/26, Randwick Stables Newmarket status update, challenged by Councillor Hay. I'll just ask what it is Councillor Hay is moving, and then I'll then call for a seconder. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to call for a mover of the item, and I'm going to let Councillor Hay think about what he's going to do. Moved Councillor Luxford, seconded by Councillor Magna. Councillor Luxford, do you wish to speak to the item?
No, I reserve my right and move as per the business plan.
Thank you. Look, with the indulgence of the meeting, I might transfer the seconding to Councillor Veach. Councillor Veach, do you wish to speak to it?
Councillors, this is an amazing old building. It's, it's a shame that it's been sitting there for so long. I wish, I know it's been a difficult task. There is so much potential for this building in this particular spot. It is going to cost quite a lot, but I think with a bit of an imagination, we can actually make this into a vital community hub. We've got lots of local residents. We've got the schools quite close by. We've got the university. We've got the Randwick Community Garden, and I think with a bit of sort of determination and imagination and creativity, this place can eventually be transformed into a really beautiful community space. It does not need to be the most schmick new space. We can get, we could get the men's shed in there. We could get people from the community garden in there. We can get artists in there. We can get people doing classes on different things. It is a difficult space. Yes, we can get some horses in there. It could be a stable. It's got lots of amazing uses, and I have, over the last few years, bombarded various staff with ideas of how to use this. We've got similar examples over in Marrickville, say with Addy Road, where you've got people doing markets, where you've got different community groups using it. You've got like food, different sort of food services there for the community. We could do heaps of things there. So hopefully when we get this upgraded and made safe, we can get some additional, perhaps not even super expensive changes made and get the community using this. Thank you.
Councillor Sid.
Just a point of clarification. Can I have a question to the relevant officer? all we're really doing tonight is endorsing that we're fixing the fireworks. We're not actually going to talk about what we're putting in there, what it's going to look like. I'm not having, I know you've got good intentions, but tonight is purely to spend the money to fix it and make it fire safe. Is that
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr Mayor. The recommendation on the business paper just really provides an update to councillors on what we're doing. We already have funding in the 25-26 budget to carry out work, so we don't actually need approval. It's just to note council that the first step is to complete those essential works, but then to also make councillors aware that we will come back to you just to have a workshop on future uses once a structural upgrade is completed.
Thank you. Councillor Hay, have you decided what you're going to do?
Look, I'm not necessarily sold on this being the right. Look, the $200,000 for immediate works is wonderful. I do have a lot of issues with a approximate $10 million price tag on this building, but it's not really appropriate to raise them now. We'll discuss it further at a workshop and then see if it's the right future for the building. But it's $10 million is a lot of money we can spend on a lot of other things. Anyway, look, let's endorse the $200,000 and the update as written, and I thank the council staff for preparing it. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, Councillor Luxford, do you wish to close the debate?
Yeah, as I said, I'm moving as per the recommendation on the business paper, but I will thank my colleagues here for bringing up some different ideas, and Addy Road was mentioned. I would just like to point out that you pay $5 parking now to go to Addy Road, and perhaps the stables, when we decide what we want to do with it, we could put a $5 charge on, just like they do now at Addy Road, to go to the market.
Thank you. I now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CS 26/26 Coastal Walkway Project Update and Southern Section Delivery Strategy, challenged by Councillor Said. Seconded by Councillor Burst.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'm moving it as per business paper, but I would like to ask a question and maybe make a small amendment, or an addition, sorry, not an amendment.
Yep,
Just first question is, I just want to make sure that there's no mention of the Bora Point track here. I know that at Malabar Headland, I know we've allocated money, so is that because we have allocated money that it's not included in the southern? Just want to make sure for the process.
The Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And also, in this design, we've already built the New South Wales walkway. Is that part of it? Is that included in the overall length of the track?
Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. The idea of the report is to confirm or develop a working group to finalise the route alignment from Randwick Golf Club, so from the car park at Randwick where the new amenities are going, to the perimeter of the coast, from the coast to then St Michael's, back on the very eastern edge of St Michael's Golf Course, through to the National Parks land, which adjoins then the New South Wales Golf Course, which is in existence.
Thank you.
So I have an additional point, Mr Mayor, which would be point E, and I think Mr Kelly's got it, that the council officers prepare a funding strategy prior to and commencing in fiscal year 27-28 to fund delivery of the coastal walkway within 5 years.
Thank you.
You don't have it?
No, it's part of the Labor amendment sheet. It's the second one. Please continue.
And I'll just continue while you're finding that. And my last one is, and I'll just pose the question and then I'll ask it if it could be another amendment, which you won't have. In the Southern Coastal Walkway Operational Working Group, Mr Mayor, I was involved with Randwick Golf Club when the previous GM was in favour of the coastal walk. 6 years ago, the Coast Golf Club approached us with a plan to do the coastal walk, and I was part of that. I would like to be part of the working group, and I'd like to just make an amendment and find out if it's allowable that Southwood councillors would be allowed on the working group.
Thank you. Could I just throw to the Director of City Services to provide his comments as to the appropriateness of that? Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr Mayor, what we possibly could look at is developing a governance structure that may look...
Sorry, the Director will be heard in silence. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, look to develop a governance structure that can involve councillors in the process. This particular terms of reference is to really work at a design level with the architect. So it's, I suppose, a matter for council if you'd will consider that not being general practice, I suppose, in projects, but we could look at a governance structure that may elevate a reporting process into the Southwood councillors. I think if that's what you just mentioned, to make sure that there's summaries provided with the stakeholders and dialogue with the stakeholders can be achieved. This particular one is really to work with the architects to design the...
Look, in light of that advice, is that required? Yep.
So I just put it. Go to the seconder.
So you're not. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Burst is a second.
What an exciting time for Southwood. We'll now be able to finally get some walkways down in Southwood, and Southwood residents be able to get their step count up. So I'm really excited about it, looking forward to it.
Okay, I have hands up from Councillor Veach, then I'll go to Councillor Martin. I did have Councillor Veach. Councillor Martin, then Councillor Rosenfeld.
Thank you. I have an amendment as well, which I've sent through Mr Kelly. And it's just and I'm happy to keep Councillor Said's additional point. This would be an amendment to point C, which is that we endorse the proposed route for the Southern Coastal Walkway at Randwick Golf Club, and then the last bit is changed to investigate alternate routes for the Coast and St Michael's golf courses that place the walkways along the eastern edge of the golf courses. Because if you go to page 237, you'll see that the Randwick Golf Course section, which is sort of along Malabar, sort of Long Bay, goes along the coast, and that's well used by like dog walkers and walkers already. But then the other ones go inland, and they are actually quite a long way from the coast, and it's going to be a lot more expensive for council. Like, if the walkways were to extend along the coastline, they would probably cost half as much. At the moment, they're like this route is 2 or 3 times in length. I've assumed that the golf course doesn't want to change their sort of golfing configuration, but it seems a shame that the residents of Randwick don't get to actually complete the coastal walkway around the actual coast, which is where they want to walk. And I don't think, it's going to cost council a fortune. It's going to cost so much more money. I don't see why we should have to bear that expense. These are public spaces. It's Crown land. We only want access to the edge. And B, I don't think the residents are going to want like lots and lots of people walking straight, in front of their backyard. So I hope you would support this amendment. It is just to investigate.
Yep, sorry, thank you. Just as Danny is the mover, he'll ask a question so that you can determine whether or not he accepts it, and then I'll go to Councillor.
Just need the General Manager to clarify, or the Director. Randwick is along the coast because Randwick is governed by us through Crown Lands Act, and we look after Randwick Golf Course. Whereas the coast and St Michael's, and even probably New South Wales, as far as I know, aren't, and that's why we can't use their land. Would I be correct or close?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr Mayor, the coast is on a lease with the Crown land currently. What I would say to councillors, in order to deliver the coastal walkway, would be my recommendation that the fly ball zone running along the coast specifically is not safe to enter into a walkway configuration. If council was to seek that the club, under their arrangement with the Crown, the golf club under the arrangement with the Crown, to reconfigure their golf course, I would just note to councillors that would significantly increase the tenure of the project life cycle, nor could we guarantee that that would actually take place. So the recommendation is that we consider, with those stakeholders who have been purposely put on the working group to consider the impact to residents, to proceed with an alternate route for the coast, which we believe would be the safest option for the public in general.
In light of that advice, do you accept the... Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Asghari. Councillor Asghari, do you wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Asghari, are you seconding the amendment? Okay, the amendment is withdrawn. I then, in the order on the debate on the business paper, I have Councillors Martin, then Rosenfeld, then Asghari. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I've got a small amendment as well, please. Mr. Kelly has got it. We might just have to rearrange some of those dot points. Mine was really starting at the original D in relation to Cosgrove Street at South Coogee. So note that Cusco Street, South Coogee is ready to commence demolition and to ensure that an appropriate permanent acknowledgement, such as a plaque or commemorative installation recognising Ellen Waugh and her family, the former owners of the house and land, with a method of acknowledgement to be determined as part of the project. And then I had as E, note the status of the Lurline Bay projects and further updates will be presented at council at key milestones. Mr. Kelly, are you able to rearrange those so it's suitable for Councillor Said to include?
Before we do that, are you in a position to answer it? Otherwise I will... All right, that's fine. Councillor Said, do you accept the proposed incorporations? So point D notes that Cusco Street is ready to commence and to ensure that an appropriate permanent acknowledgement, such as a plaque or commemorative installation recognising Ellen Waugh and her family, the former owners of the house and land, with the method of acknowledgement to be determined as part of the project. The additional point is also note the status of the Lurline Bay projects and that further updates will be presented to council at key milestones.
I actually thought we did D, but I haven't got a problem with it, but I thought we did.
The Director of City Services is frantically looking, but it won't hurt to include it, noting that it may already be included. Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yes, I'm very excited. The fact that the Cusco Street was nearing demolition and design, and Lurline Bay, we're still working on it. It's a tough one, but we're still working on it. So eventually, the dream of connecting Maroubra and Coogee, the great suburbs of Maroubra and Coogee can be much closer and be fantastic. So excited about this motion, even in amended form.
Councillor Asghari.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to thank council staff for their comprehensive report number CS 26/26 on the coastal walkway. The report represents the investigations undertaken into the southern extension of the coastal walkway following the council resolution that was moved by me, seconded by Councillor D'Souza, and I appreciate the work and detail that has gone into the assessment. I just would like to make one comment, which is a quote from a local resident that says, the Coogee Run Club, which regularly attracts more than 100 runners, uses the missing white rock section of the coastal walkway every Tuesday evening. During the winter month, when it's dark, the area is poorly lit and the existing step presents potential trip hazard. This is an important safety consideration and further highlights the need to improve connectivity along this section of the walkway. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Said to close the debate. Thank you. Now put it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CS 27/26 Service Review, Illegal Rubbish Removal Challenge by Councillor Luxford. Councillor Luxford, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I'm moving as per the business.
Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Gordon. Thank you. Councillor Luxford, do you wish to speak to it?
No,
Thank you.
remove my.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon. Thank you. Councillor Veach.
I had another amendment. That we just add another point to investigate, including an additional scheduled household hard rubbish cleanup starting in financial year 27/28.
Councillor Luxford, do you accept the proposed amendment? It gets incorporated into the motion. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor said.
Very quick question to council officers. We already have, I think, 6, 1 considered and then 5 after that. Is that a huge impost to have another one?
Through to the Director of City Services.
Just have to clarify with the councillors. You have one free one scheduled one, and 5 other free. You go online and you book it.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's correct in saying that we have one scheduled service, and then we have 5 on-call reactive service. So a resident can ring up at any time, or 5 times a year, and request a pick up. The service review specifically looks at that. What we identified in the service review is that is a Rolls-Royce service compared to other councils. However, given the transient nature of some of the areas within the LGA, sometimes that 6 or so services is not being used. So we are looking at the recommendations specifically within the service review to try and mitigate that issue. But we do have 6 cleanups.
A question from to the mover. Question to the mover of the amendment.
To the mover of the motion, just to say that we have one actual designated, an extra designated one. So we have 2 designated. Is that what you're trying to imply?
Yeah, we've already got one.
Yeah, but there's no. It only says an extra. It says an additional. Scheduled household. Sorry.
Okay. In light of that, Councillor said, do you accept it? Okay, it gets incorporated into the motion as. Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, my apologies. I am tired. It's been a long night. Councillor Luxford, do you accept the proposed amendment? Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, we'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CS 29/26, Judge Lane Randwick proposed partial road closure, challenged, I believe, by Councillor Veach.
I want to vote against it.
So, okay, thank you. Can I please have somebody move Judge Lane as per the business paper? Moved by Councillors Magna and Martin. Councillor Magna?
I'm happy to support the recommendation as per the business paper.
Thank you. Councillor Martin? Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Sorry, Councillor Veach?
Yeah, look. Oh, sorry. Yeah, look. I'd like to speak against this. This came to council in 2017 and maybe 2018. And actually at that time, there was a community consultation with local residents and the school, which has not been included as part of this. And at that time, I believe it was knocked out. Council voted against it because it is a privatisation of public space. This is basically handing over a publicly owned, council-owned street to a private business, the school. Now, we want to make it, yes it is. And the recommendation, I'm sorry, doesn't even make sense because they're saying that the lane is not safe, so they want to close it during school hours. But of course, the busiest time is during school drop-off in the morning and school pick-up in the afternoon. But obviously, it would be unsuitable to close the street then because that's when it's used. But obviously, that would be the most dangerous time. We're not asking to close it then. We want to close it during the school hours when it's quiet so they can cross the road. Now, council has actually voted on this before, gone to a community consultation. The community did not support it because they saw it for what it was, which is the privatisation of public space. Now, if the school wants to, like, hire the road or buy the road, they should approach council to that, but we should not be just handing over public space to a private entity. And we should certainly not be doing it without consulting with the local community. I think they would be up in arms. The road, that laneway is so narrow. It was narrowed at the time, back in 2017 or 2018. It was narrowed, like, it's hard to believe, like, with obviously appropriate supervision, that it would be unsafe for the children to cross with the supervision. I don't know why they would need access to that road during the non-school hours other than to use it for the purposes of school. And I think on principle, we should, even if we want to vote no, we should at least be deferring this for further consideration and for community consultation.
Thank you. There's a question from Councillor Magna.
Question to the relevant officer. Will Claremont College have exclusive use of the closed lane?
Thank you. Through to the General Manager.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillors, just in answering that, Councillor Veach is right, in 2017-18, when this came to council resolved not to do it. The reason why the council resolved not to do it at the time was because there was a lady that lived on the property who was disabled, and there was a problem getting access, access to her property. Since that time, there's been a DA that's been approved, and a building has been built for where that house was, where they've actually now extended the school. So the school's been extended on the other side of the laneway. And what happens now is that the children that go from the school to the expanded school on the other side of the laneway walk down a narrow footpath, which is where the laneway is now. And what the school's asking, they're saying that yes, they can still do all that, but they think it'd be safer if they close it during school hours. School drop off and pick up, they don't use Judge Lane, they use Judge Street, so they go around. So they've got it, like most schools have a system they've worked out so that they can make sure that they don't least inconvenience to the local residents around there. So there's been some changes since this came to council in 2017-18, and the most significant being that neighbour's not living there anymore, and that the school has purchased that property and has actually expanded their school, and I think they opened that sometime this year, that particular part of the school.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Magna, do you wish to close the debate? Okay, I'll now put the question. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Councillor Veach has requested that her name is recorded as voting against in the minutes. Thank you. We now move to CC 12/26 mobile food vending policy challenged by Councillor Burst. Councillor Burst, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I'd like to move it as per the business papers.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Magna. Thank you.
And I'd just like to say thank you to the Director of Community and Culture. It's a great program. It's had its teething problems along the way, but we've tweaked and adjusted and changed and prodded and done this, and we've got to we're now making progress and seeing where it works and where it doesn't, and adjusting it to. So well done, and to more food trucks.
Thank you. Councillor Magna. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CC 13/26, Building Community Connection Trust and Belonging, Randwick City Social Cohesion and Multicultural Plan, challenged by Councillor Luxford. Councillor Luxford, can I outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I'd just like to move as per the business paper.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld. Thank you.
Yes, good to see the
Sorry.
Hello.
Oh, sorry, I thought you asked me to speak.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the staff for the work that's gone into this report, and It's this one that's been mentioned by the Grattan Institute. Yep. So I think we're doing well, and shows that we are an innovative council that is progressive in lots of different areas. So commendments to the staff for the report, and hope you all accept it.
Thank you, Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, thanks to the council staff. Thanks for all your work. And some of you may be aware, I actually was at the Royal Commission today as a witness and was talking about issues as far as the Jewish community is concerned in Randwick. And it's great to see this social cohesion coming back in such a form, because it's great to see that we've adopted that. And after being at the Royal Commission discussing all the issues that we've had, and I did raise, some of you may have watched the feed early today, but I did raise that we have had a lot of incidents of anti-Semitic graffiti that's been reported, and we've resolved to report that, and I've repeated that to the Commissioner and the barrister questioning me. So it's great to see that we've also brought this social cohesion back, and it's now moved. Will be moved soon, I'm pretty sure. So thanks to the staff, and let's get on with it.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CC 14/26, notice of motion, street NM 26/26, street banners commemorating Easter, challenged by Councillor Gordon. Councillor Gordon, could you please outline what it is you're moving? I'll then call for a seconder.
I'm moving it as amended. David should have it. Just to adopt. I'm moving in this motion as amended to say adopt option 4, which is to continue with the current practice but not fly banners.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Willington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Rosenfeld, for suggesting this idea and for calling for a report into it. I did read the report, and I would really love for the banners to join the many other ways in which council and our community participate in Easter celebrations. However, I believe that it is best just to stick with the status quo. I think there are a number of issues identified in the report. Firstly, there's a difficulty in representing all the different ways in which our community actually celebrates Easter, so our Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox communities, and those among us who enjoy a secular Easter with eggs and bunnies. Having to incorporate those elements presents us a bit of a design difficulty with the banners. Secondly, the timing challenges identified with having an 8-week banner flying to accommodate both Western and Orthodox Easter dates, which would be far longer than the time we typically fly banners. And thirdly, we also already display honouring service banners for Anzac Day on a number of weeks either side of the date, and I think there was identified a risk that flying Easter banners would dilute the message of the Anzac Day our message as a council. So thank you for Councillor Rosenfeld for the suggestion. I was happy to support the report, and I think we should just stick with the status quo this time.
I see your hand. However, Councillor Veach is Councillor Wellington is the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support all the comments made by Councillor Gordon. I think it's impractical. The possibility of having to cover 8 weeks when the time is longest between Catholic Easter and Orthodox Easter is just unsupportable. It will confuse the community. I'd also like to remind councillors that in the last Australian Bureau of Statistics census in 2021, in Randwick, 36.9% of Randwick stated they had no religion. I don't think, despite the best intentions of Councillor Rosenfeld, that we should fly religious symbols any more than we need to in a secular society, and I don't support that. So I hope that you vote with option 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rosenfeld.
Okay, I'll do an amendment, and I've sent this through to David earlier. Basically to amend B to select option 1. And the reason for that is that that's basically as per the intent of the notice of motion. I do take into account the fact that next year, there's a gap between Orthodox Easter and Catholic Protestant Easter, but that's the case in some years, and other cases, like the year after, it's on the same weekend. So it won't always be the case that it's such a distance. Plus, I believe we can put quite a few Anzac banners, and I really am 100% behind having a great presence of Anzac Day banners. We can have them and Easter banners concurrently, and also have in East Ward have some spot banners as well. So I ask that you support option 1, which is more or less where the notice of motion was, and respect our different sects of Christianity in our LGA.
Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Gordon as to whether or not he accepts it.
Sorry, first of all, I don't accept the amendment.
Yep.
And second of all, I've just got a question through to the relevant officer, whether this affects our honouring service Anzac Day activations.
Thank you. Through to the Director in Community and Culture.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. In option 1, part of the issue that we've raised is that by introducing, the mixed messaging between the Anzac banners and potential Easter banners could potentially result in a less cohesive messaging and could dilute the Anzac honouring service.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder to the amendment? Seconded by Councillor... Well, Councillor Rosenfeld requires a seconder to his amendment. Going. Councillor Martin, yep. Thank you. Councillor Martin is the seconder. Thank you. Well, you have to speak on the amendment. Well, sorry. You second it. Do you wish to speak on it? No, I don't. Okay. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? On the amendment?
I'd like to foreshadow point 3 on page 283.
So you are foreshadowing an amendment on Councillor Rosenfeld's one?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what's right. Sometimes you don't go along party lines. You do what's right.
That's fine. Thank you. Councillor said on Councillor Rosenfeld's amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask the mover, as I know, and I've spoken to many Orthodox Christians, I feel they would not be personally insulted if it wasn't all the way through. I think if, as in next year, 28th of March, if we put up the Easter flags a week before, during, and probably a few days after, it will not run into the Anzac flags situation. There is no need to go for 8 weeks till May. We do have an Orthodox Christian here, and I think they just enjoy the whole idea that Easter is being celebrated, and they would not feel the large percentage of this LGA is religious-wise is Catholic, and the second most is Anglican. So once you add them together, I think it also comes up to about 60%. And I don't think the others will be that demographics-wise of religions. I don't think they'll be that upset. It's only for a couple of weeks. And if you go with a design that's not too over the top, I think it just, especially if it's like the ones on page 282, that just show a bit of colour, I don't think many people would really mind, and I think people may enjoy it.
Okay,
but that's up to if you do done what the 8 weeks.
Sorry, thank you. Councillor Wellington, yes?
Point of information, the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Randwick, oh, sorry. Point of information, just in relation to the percentages of practicing or people who nominated that they had a religion in Randwick. In the city of Randwick, Australian Bureau of Statistics, 2021, 55.4% nominated a religion. 26.7% were Roman Catholic. 7.8% were Anglican. Help me. 34.5%. So it's about a third of Randwick. A third is not a majority.
Of the religion.
Yeah, but you've got to remember that
Can I just suggest we're getting very close into debate? Thank you. I accept. Thank you. Councillor Luxford. No, Councillor Luxford's on her feet. I've given her the call. You can't interrupt at that point. Councillor Luxford, please continue.
Yeah, as an Orthodox councillor here, I concur with what Councillor has mentioned, and I believe I mentioned it before when it was raised. We are used to not having things celebrated our way because it's just a matter of fact of the country that we are in, and most Orthodox people, followers, observe Easter, the Anglican Catholic Easter anyway, as a matter of respect. So, you know, and this has happened, you know, even when I was at school, and schools still celebrated Easter and had Easter services in churches. All religions actually went to the church that day and had the church service as part of our school Easter whatever thing. So, and nobody ever complained. And if you really didn't want to participate, you didn't have to. But I guess that's the beauty of the multicultural country that we live in, that we can all observe and participate in each other's different cultures and respect each other. So I don't think the Orthodox community would have a problem if the flags weren't flying for Orthodox Easter. But yeah, as long as they were tasteful flags that reflected Easter, that would be fine.
So we put
Thank
the
you.
amendment.
There's been a request to put the amendment. So the amendment notes the review and it selects option 1, which is the flying of banners. All those in favour of the amendment say aye. All those against? No. I declare the amendment lost. Okay, thank you. Councillor Burst, you foreshadowed that you were going to move an amendment?
Yes, the amendment to select option 3.
Yep, noted. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Said. Thank you. Before we move further to debate, just noting the comments from Councillor Luxford and the operational feedback from the Director of Community and Culture, could I essentially suggest that you move option 3 at the time of, for lack of a better word, Western Easter, just to give clarity so that we're flying one set, so there was one set?
Perfect, yes.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Burst, do you wish to speak to it?
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Actually, what I will do is throw to Councillor Rosenfeld. No, Councillor Gordon. Do you accept the amendment? Do you accept the amendment? Yeah. Yes, he does. It gets incorporated into the motion. Thank you. Are there...
So then we've got to get rid of option 4 and put option
3. Yeah, he did it. So he's accepted it. So yeah, so the text of Burst said becomes the motion. However, Councillor Gordon retains the moving of it. Councillor Wellington, can I confirm that you still wish to second the motion?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, there's been a request to put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. All right, thank you. We now move to CC 15/26 Disability Inclusion Action Plan, challenged by Councillor Wellington.
Sorry.
Going to be bipartisan. Seconded by Councillor Luxford.
The CC 26. No.
So for those who are listening, we are moving on to CC 15/26, which is the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, which is on page 287 of the business paper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I propose to move this as per the business paper. I had the privilege of chairing the Access and Older Persons Advisory Committee, who were extensively involved in workshopping and inputting to this plan. I'd like to thank the council officers for the really detailed and wonderful amount of work with the community. I hope that the Director of Community and Culture will pass that on to her team. It was a fantastic effort. I commend the plan and thank you for all the work. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Luxford.
I reserve my right.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, you know, and others know how important inclusiveness and acceptance is for me in particular. When it comes to this disability plan, I read it. I sent a complimentary note to the officers in charge and also our general manager. What impressed me was the comprehensive way in which this issue was addressed. Not only did we have a plan, but we had a vision of how we can help these people who are in need. As the NDIS is reviewed, we're going to need councils like ours to help those who feel isolated, left out, all these things. So I congratulate council and its officers for doing what they've done. As I said to Katie, I was very impressed seeing Cool Marie on the cover. But what made it even more interesting was reading the story of her mother, Santina. But in doing that, it educated me that when we have good officers and when we have a good leader and when we have a good council, we can transform lives. We can make a difference. That's all I'd like to say on that, Mr. Mayor. And I fully support the report.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Councillors, can I please have a procedural motion to extend the meeting time by 1 hour? All those in favour? Moved Councillor Gordon, seconded Councillor Burst. All those in favour? All those against? Noting that that has been done, councillors, do we wish to power through or do we require a 5-minute break? Okay, there is a consensus that, well, not a consensus, there is an expressed view to power through. We now move to motions pursuant to notice, NM 47/26, notice of motion, Councillor D'Souza.
Mr. Mayor, there's a typo in the papers. So there's CO 24-26.
I don't believe that was. Oh, so it goes CO. No. What is he talking about?
That's it. In the first review, they put that, the notice of motion was actually that.
Oh.
On those pages. It's still the same.
Yeah, but it's already been dealt with.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the matter has been dealt with.
I just wanted to let you know, in case you missed it. It would have been missed if you would have just gone by the paper and
Anyway, I'm not really sure what the relevance of that is. Well, I don't print the papers. Anyway, thank you. NM 47/26, notice of motion from Councillor D'Souza, dedication to the late Fred Wilkes. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, sadly, Adam Wilkes couldn't be here, the son of Fred Wilkes. And he would have spoken, he would have told us all about his dad and what he'd done for the Matraville community. But I'll speak on the matter. Shall I speak or do you need a second, Mr. Mayor? Or?
Councillor said actually put his hand up
Oh,
earlier.
thank you,
Councillor
Zakari as well. No, wonderful. He was a wonderful man. So, Mr. Mayor, let me say, Fred Wilkes was a life member of the Matraville Tigers and spent over 30 years leading the club and changing lives of many through rugby league. Fred was the manager, the coach, the water boy, the ball boy, and one of the founding fathers of the Matraville Tigers. As my friend Henry Morris said at his funeral, today marks the end of an extraordinary journey that began nearly 96 years ago. Fred was a true Rabbitoh, a great South Sydney supporter, and an amazing man. Frederick Leslie Wilkes was possibly one of the last of our old school characters within our South Sydney family and community. Regarded as a legend, you don't have to be on the sporting field, Henry Morris said, to be a legend. Fred was a legend of life. Fred, Mr. Mayor, lived his life the old-fashioned way. He had old-fashioned charms. His solid handshake was his bond. Always respectful to women and never ever once uttering a swear word in front of them. Old school valued, Henry Morris said, being a bit of a knock around bloke. He lived by the mantra, once he gave his word would never be broken. I'm finished, Mr. Mayor. All I would like to say in summary is he was a good and decent man who inspired many and transformed many lives. I hope, councillors, you support my notice of motion. It's in front of you.
Councillor Sid is the seconder.
Just quickly, Mr. Mayor, I know the Matraville Tigers community would like to have something done, as they have done with the pulsate route down there in the dressing sheds. They really do respect their life members and they do respect their former players. So it would mean a lot to the Wilkes family if this went through.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 49/26. Notice of motion from Councillor Said. Christmas lighting on Pine Tree at La Perouse Museum. Seconded by Councillor Burst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had community members ask us for a long time to do an actual pine tree display in Matraville, but someone approached me and actually South Ward councillors and said, with the actual pictures, and said, doesn't this look great? It would be, and after what we saw on the headland at the La Perouse headland with the lights on the I've had a mental blank, but on the Macquarie Tower, it was sensational. So we just thought it'd be more sensational at Christmas to give the people down there something else to look at. It'd be a tourist attraction. It'd just make the place happier and bring a bit of vibrancy. And maybe the more people that come to look at the tree, maybe that means there'll be less doof-doof drivers.
Thank you. Councillor Burst.
Thank you, Councillor Said. You beat me to the punch on this one. I was also asked about it, but great notice of motion, and to have the South Ward lit up like a Christmas tree would be amazing. So I'm certainly supporting this and hope everybody else will. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, we'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to NM 50/26, notice of motion from Councillor Asghari, dedication of a memorial seat or bench in the honour of Peter Mo. Moved to Councillor Asghari, seconded by Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to move this motion to investigate the dedication of a memorial seat, bench, or plaque in Coogee in honor of Peter Maher. This motion does not seek an immediate commitment from council, but rather ask staff to investigate a suitable location and report back on the feasibility of a memorial seat or bench or even a plaque in Coogee, preferably around Coogee Oval, while consulting with Peter's family. I know there was a similar motion in February, but my motion is different. The February one was the memorial for victims of the Bondi tragedy generally and a focus on Maroubra Beach. My motion recognizes Peter Maher's broader contribution to the community, not solely in his not solely his death in the Bondi attack. 6. A memorial chair specifically in Coogee, which reflects his connection to the community, requires consultation with Peter's family and requests a report before the decision is made. And it's also different to the council Bayside that had recognized Peter as a resident and victim of a national tragedy. In Randwick, we would recognize Peter for his decades of outstanding volunteer service and lasting contribution to community sport and the people of Randwick. So rather than duplication, Bayside's recognition, we would acknowledge Peter's unique local legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to compliment Councillor Zagari for putting this motion. She may not have known him as well as some of the others in the room, but I did see her at St Mary's Cathedral at the funeral. It was pretty impressive. There were lots of people there. She made time, and I think it's very impressive that she's put this notice of motion forward, because Peter does need to be remembered. What makes his death so special, if you can make a death special, was he wasn't Jewish. He was there. He was asked to be the photographer because the Jewish photographer on the day couldn't make it. So he volunteered to do it. That's the goodness of the man. That's the greatness of the man. I think he should be honoured. And thank you, Councillor, for bringing forward this idea. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. There's a question from Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Asghari is incorrect. It wasn't the February meeting, it was actually the April meeting. And Councillor Rosenfeld extended a single standalone memorial dedication on your mayoral minute, which you accepted. And so my question is, has council staff already begun to negotiate or, begun to action the resolution of council on the 28th of April, where we requested for them to pull together dedication to the fallen, all of those that have fallen?
Through to the relevant officer, whomever that may be.
Thank you. Oh, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have. We have been going through that motion in its order, and we have met on the 19th of June. Council officers have met with Crystal to begin the conversation about the memorial for Dan, and we will then follow through for the rest of the motion.
To the Director of City Services.
Thank you. Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, I can confirm that Randwick Rugby, in dialogue with them on other projects, this topic has also been discussed, and they have confirmed that they support both motions and look forward to sort of consolidating both when the time comes.
Thank you. There's a follow-up question from Councillor Hamilton.
Just based on the response I just heard, so a consolidated response, because what I'm sort of thinking about is this one I think we just said Maroubra Beach. We said whatever beach, but it was just about trying to come up with a way that we can respond to the tragic loss of these victims and respond in a really sensitive way and acknowledge all of them, rather than, I think what we were trying to do is avoid this piecemeal coming to council, and because I really believe that council staff have the ability to put something together similar to what we've done for the Bali victims. So consolidated, I'm just concerned, are we going to have something down in Maroubra, and then we're going to have something at Coogee, but then we've got something in Bayside have done something, that's all.
Through to the Director of City Services.
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, I'll try and answer the question as sensitively as possible just through the discussions that we've had. What I would say is Maroubra is probably not the intended location for this particular matter. So they honour the intent of both motions, and we're looking to achieve the council's objective, but I don't believe Maroubra will be the location for this one.
Thank you. Further speakers?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to say, just as per Councillor Hamilton, there was a mayoral minute moved to honour all 5 Randwick LGA victims, and Peter Maher is one of them, so we're already doing it. So we don't really need another motion to do Peter Maher memorial, because we're already doing it, as per the questions from Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
Thank you. Look, I can't believe people are actually standing up and disputing this. Like, we will get a report back from staff, and like many other reports, when we have many issues on this council, where different councillors at different times will put up a motion on the same topic. And on something as significant as this, Councillor Asghari is a very dedicated East Ward councillor. She goes to all the events, she goes to the rugby games there, she goes to the club, she goes to everything in East Ward and pretty much across the whole LGA. So she's done this with really sincere intent, and to have councillors standing up and impugning Councillor Asghari's integrity is,
Point
in
of
all
order.
honesty...
Point of order.
I'm going to hear the point of order.
Councillor Veach is impugning the motives of councillors that have spoken. Nobody, not one single person, has said anything at all about Councillor Asghari's motion. There's been a question, and that's it.
Councillor Hamilton has made a point of order following on from the comments from Councillor Veach, suggesting that councillors in their questions and commentary were impugning the motives of Councillor Asghari. Look, having followed the particular debate and actually having regard to the words of the Code of Meeting Practice, in relation to that, just give me 1 second. So 1510F imputes improper motives to or unfavourably personally reflects upon any other council official or person present in the meeting except by motion. Look, my view is that the commentary made was sufficiently large and wide that it wouldn't be clear for me to rule to say that that was necessarily imputing the motives. However, what I would say is noting it is quite a sensitive topic. I would just give a general regard to all councillors that their conduct should be very respectful concerning this. Councillor Veach.
Put it like you.
I'm still...
No, Councillor Veach is still speaking.
So I think this is a sincere motion. It's done with the very best of intentions. It's no different from a report where we have reports that refer to different motions put up by different councillors that are broadly dealing with the same issue, and Councillor Asghari has very clearly articulated the reasons why she has put this up, and it's to acknowledge the significant community contributions of Peter Maher. And so I commend the motion, and I hope councillors will support it.
Thank you. There's been a request. No, she'll have the ability to reply. So there is, Councillor Rosenfeld has requested the matter be put. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillor Asghari, your right of reply. Councillor, there are many armchair chairs. There is, however, one chair. Councillor Asghari, you have the right of reply. You have the right of reply. Do you wish to close the debate?
I described the differences, and as Councillor Veach mentioned, I put it in good tension, and I was kind of asked by the Randwick Rugby to do that, but unfortunately they were not available to come and speak in favor. So it's different to what has been consulted before or done before. And of course, you can just do it after consultation with the family. And I hope you commend the motion.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? I declare that carried.
Procedural motion, Mr Mayor. What we were debating was not that you can, once it's put, that you can speak. What the debate is, and I'll clarify with the GM, when it is asked to be put, you don't need a seconder and you don't need agreement. It is just put. You stop the debate and you put it.
Yeah, so...
No, you don't ask for a vote, you just put it.
No. Yeah, this. So, Mr. General Manager, could you please clarify the point of procedure for us?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the council asked for a procedural motion for the matter to be put, and you need one councillor to do that. Council has to still vote for that because the councillors may decide we don't want to do that, we want to continue the debate.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. General Manager.
And thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. We now move to NM 51/26. Notice of motion from Councillor Wellington, keeping cats safe in Randwick. Councillor Wellington.
I wish we had a mascot here in the form of a couple of Burmese cats, and we'd all feel a lot calmer because we could pat them. Pets are special, pets are important. I'd like to start by asking a question through you, Mr Mayor, to the relevant officer. Can the proposed, so I'm referring to point F, the Spring 26 campaign to promote cat safety. Can the proposed spring campaign to promote cat safety be funded within Council's existing communications budget?
Thank you. Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, yes it can.
Thank you.
Thank you. I note the concern of one of the speakers earlier about that the notice of motion might be, if passed, taking funds that could be used in a different way, but just wanted to clarify that's not the case because this notice of motion would not require any extra funding at all. I'd like to, but bearing in mind the concerns of the speaker earlier this evening, I'd like to add a point G, which Mr Kelly has kindly already put up, that Council investigate funding in the form of grants and partnerships with other organisations to support desexing programs for stray and community cats and brings a report to Council at the earliest opportunity. I acknowledge that this is a little bit of duplication. We have already done this, but I don't think we can do this enough, and eventually we'll be able to fund more desexing, but it is a important but related issue. Pets matter. 30% of households have at least one cat. They are important, valued members of the family. If you were treating a member of the family, human or non-human person, as carelessly as some of us do, it would be really concerning. We need to keep family members safe, and if there is an action that you can take that will increase the life expectancy of a family member, whether they be human or furry, I think that's an important action and should be well known to the whole community. At least 2 in 3 cat owners have lost a cat to accident or injury when roaming. And I think that it's a small thing that we could do in the spring to run a campaign to use some of the excellent materials that we have used before, and this may extend the lives of many cats and also preserve and extend the lives of Randwick Wildlife, and I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Magna.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Asghari. I'm very happy to second the motion from my colleague, North Ward colleague, Councillor Willington. I know that she comes from a very sincere place as being a lover of animals and the more than human world, and cats are important companion animals. The evidence that we heard in the public address is very compelling that their life expectancy can be very easily extended and their quality of life can be improved by proper following of containment in the family home. I can speak from my own personal experience. We took in a stray cat when I was in primary school. We had that dear cat Lissy through until year 11 when she unfortunately suffered misadventure because we allowed Lissy to roam. And if we'd followed the RSPCA guidelines, perhaps Lissy would have been able to have lived a longer and more fruitful life. And cats are dear members of the family, and if there's anything we can do to help communicate this message to our Randwick residents about best practice for those pets and companion animals, it's incumbent for us to do so. And if there are other benefits that come as a result for other animals in the more than human world, that's an added bonus.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Veach. I'll then go to Councillor Luxford. Councillor Veach.
Thank you. I'm really happy to support this motion, and one of the speakers actually talked about the fact that, you know, people would like to de-sex their cats and so on, but they just can't afford it. What about when residents get vet bills from their cats getting into fights and getting sick or getting hit by a car? And in past years, cats that I've had have both suffered those. We had a cat when I was a child that got hit by a car. It was really awful, really, really terrible. And in past years, other cats have gotten out at night and gotten into fights, and we were just constantly at the vet. You know, it never really dawned on us at the time that, you know, maybe those things could have been avoided if we kept them at home, particularly at night. So now we've got cats and we keep them in at night. We, you know, could do better during the day. And I can tell you just none of those things have happened. And so this is a really powerful opportunity to sort of communicate to residents who just may not have thought about it before, that actually you could really save yourself a lot of money. And I know friends who've really literally forked out their life savings on vet bills for their pets. It can happen. People love their pets as members of their own family, and they will spend whatever money that they have when those vet bills come in, and it can actually destroy people's savings quite literally. So, and of course the benefits for local wildlife are fantastic as well. So, councillors, this is a no-brainer. I think it's a great motion, and I really urge you to support it.
Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I can't support this motion. I hear the intent of the motion, and I think that most cat owners are responsible and do keep their pets in at night, as they do their dogs. So I am a cat owner. My cat lives inside and outside. At night he is kept in. During the day he is in the backyard. He socialises with the local flora and fauna. He has a water bowl that is on the edge of our swimming pool, which the birds quite regularly drink out of, and he sits right by that bowl and watches them. We have ducks that regularly come into the pool as well, and they lay their eggs in my beautiful native garden, and the cat just talks to the ducks and lets the ducks have his backyard. That cat is now 18 years old. He did suffer misadventure when he was out on the fence like he would normally do, getting the attention of the local children, and a bicycle hit him on the footpath within his own boundaries. And that actually cost me $8,000 thanks to that bicycle rider that did not even stop. And it took me more than an hour to get the cat out from behind the shed where he'd gone to hide to get him to the vet. So an irresponsible bike rider hit him in the jaw, and yeah, now he's not looking the same cat that he used to be, but he's living to the ripe old age now of 18. So this motion does not help cats. It does not help the cat colony feeders. It just gives rise to people to be able to report cats, have them taken away, and pest control brought in for inhumane removal. So I cannot support this motion.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Burst.
Just a question to the raise of the motion. So if a cat was found outside, what's the practical way it would be dealt with?
This motion doesn't seek to any enforcement or containing enforcement. It's just to advise people that their responsibility is to contain their cats so that their cats remain uninjured and well and extend their life expectancy by 70%. This is entirely for the welfare of cats and their families, their human families. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Willington, do you wish to close the debate?
Yeah, I think I just want to close the debate by holding up my motto, which is on my laptop, which says, "Be kind to animals."
Thank you. Now,
please vote for this motion.
All those in favour? All those against? I declare the motion carried. Thank you. There's been a request for a division in the name of Councillors Luxford and in the names of Luxford and Said. Okay, there's been a request for a division. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We have Councillors Hamilton, Willington, Magna, Veach, Martin, Asgari, Wilson, Said and D'Souza. All those against. We have Councillors Hay, Luxford, Gordon, Burst and the Mayor. Thank you. I declare the motion carried. And Rosenfeld. Oh, actually, what is that? 6? Okay, thank you. And Rosenfeld, you count it. Thank you. The motion is carried. Okay. We now move to NM 52/26, Notice of Motion for Councillor D'Souza, celebrating our city's multiculturalism and diversity. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Asgari.
Tonight, Mr. Mayor and councillors, I stand before you as a proud product of multiculturalism and a grateful beneficiary of government migration policies that have fostered inclusion and acceptance in our community. Randwick Council, this special chamber and the town hall below, is a place of deep significance where many migrants have taken the proud step of becoming Australian citizens. As I stand here tonight, Mr. Mayor, I'm mindful that my story is part of a much larger Australian story. I owe a deep debt of gratitude to those migrants who came before me, who worked hard and made sacrifices and helped build the nation we are proud of and we call home. I know in my heart that there is no other country on earth where my story and your story would be possible. It is well recognised, Mr. Mayor, that migration has enriched Australia economically, socially and culturally. Many migrants arrived willing to take on any opportunity as they settled, showing resilience and determination. Through their hard work, Mr. Mayor, and their sacrifices, they laid strong foundations not only for themselves, but for future generations. Multicultural events, Mr. Mayor, are a wonderful celebration of multiculturalism. They affirm that diversity is not only welcome in Australia, but is a vital part of who we are. I hope, councillors, you support my notice of motion. It's on the paper.
Thank you, Councillor Asgari.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor D'Souza, for this motion. And I'm pleased to support and second this motion celebrating our city's multiculturalism and diversity. Randwick is one of Australia's most diverse communities. People from many different cultural backgrounds have chosen to make Randwick their home, enriching our community through their traditions, skills, businesses, volunteer work, and community spirit. As a migrant myself, I'm proud of what I have been able to achieve in Australia. I'm equally proud of my family, particularly my two daughters, who are proud Australians and have built successful professional careers while contributing to our society. And now, as a grandmother, I'm especially proud of my first granddaughter, a first-generation Australian who represents the next chapter in our family's Australian story. My family's experience is just one of thousands across our city. It reflects how migrants contribute to our community, while their children and grandchildren continue to strengthen Australia's future. Our diversity is one of our greatest strengths. It brings new ideas, different perspectives, and a richer cultural life, while reminding us that we all share a common commitment to building a welcoming and inclusive community. I believe it's important that Council continue to recognize and celebrate the contribution of people from all backgrounds. By doing so, we foster understanding, respect, and a stronger sense of belonging for everyone who calls Randwick home. Just can I add point C to call for a report?
Councillor D'Souza, do you...
Yeah, I haven't heard, but I'll accept it. What was point
To
B?
call for a report.
Yes, definitely. It only makes common sense. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I have a few seconds?
Please.
I'm also proud to be the first Iranian councillor and especially proud to be the first Iranian woman elected to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Veach. I'll then go to Councillor Sid. I'll just... It's a question, Councillor Sid.
Just to the relevant officer, I am positive we fly multicultural flags and they're yellow, and I saw them the other day, and we also have refugee time, and so first question, do we fly multicultural banners already? Second question is that when national groups want to use the town hall, they usually ask for permission from the mayor to waive the fees. So we're probably doing that already as well.
Through to the Director of Community and Culture.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We did have a notice of motion at a period of time to put banners on the town hall for Refugee Week. However, that was not an ongoing motion. We do have some banners in storage that have welcome in a range of languages. However, they're not necessarily programmed specifically at a period of time. And in relation to the use of the town hall, there is the option open through the Mayor's contingency or through the fee waiver option for that.
Thank you. Councillor Veach.
I'm happy to support, but I do have just a suggestion of a rewording that might make it a little bit more acceptable to the councillors. And I've just sent that through to Mr. Kelly now. Did it come through? And that is just consolidate the points to say that council receive a report detailing options to acknowledge and celebrate the contributions of our multicultural community, including the flying of banners and the utilisation of community halls.
Can I just confirm that that proposed alternate set of words subsumes points A through to C?
Yeah, it's an alternate wording.
Happy to take it on board. It's the issue, multicultural, that I celebrate, and I'm quite happy. Thank you for your guidance on that, Councillor.
Okay, noting that the wording has now been amended, are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor D'Souza does not wish to close the debate. We'll now put the question. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to NM 53/26. Notice of motion from Councillor Rosenfeld, bill smoothing on rates.
Okay, basically,
seconded by
what bill
Councillor
smoothing is that some other councils have now taken up options whereby residents are able to pay their rates not 4 times a year, but more frequently per year and in smaller amounts, which helps with avoiding things like bill shock. It basically allows people to have smaller, more frequent payments, and those councils have. I've heard feedback. Those councils reported back positive stories from that, and I'd like to have a report come back. In what ways we can get some bill smoothing going over here. Thank you.
Councillor Magner is the seconder.
I congratulate Councillor Rosenfeld for bringing this resolution. I think when rates come, they can come at a very inopportune time, and they're billed quarterly. And there are a number of technologies that are now available that allow people to have the option to smooth that out over months or fortnights or per week. Inner West Council, I understand, has recently taken on board this approach, and I think in a cost of living crisis that a lot of members of our community face, investigating this kind of option would be a welcome relief for some members of our community, and I commend the motion.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Declare that carried. We now move to NM 54/26. Notice of motion from Councillor Burst, Matraville Business Strip Time Parking. Moved by Councillor Burst, seconded by Councillor Sid.
Councillors, I've been approached by several businesses that are saying there's sort of some inequity along the Matraville Strip with the time parking on one side of the road compared to the other in different spots. And all I'm asking for is that council, our economic team, maybe investigate, go down, talk to the businesses. You know, if you've got a yoga studio, you've got warm up, you've got an hour session, and you've got to warm down. So you're going to be there for an hour and a half. So there's a lot of 1 hour parking on one side, and there's some 2 hour parking, like in front of the hairdressing salons, which makes sense. If you're going to get your hair done, it's going to take longer than an hour, except for me. I can do it in 7 minutes and have a wash. But for most people, it's an hour plus. So it would make sense to help those businesses and maybe look at 2 hours along that strip, but then make sure enforcement of those times adhered to, and that way we still get turnover, but it will help the businesses that need that. So just maybe be a bit more targeted in the way our signage is done there. So that's it. So I hope you'll support this.
Thank you. Councillor Sid.
I thank Councillor Burst for bringing this to us. There was a social media post by the lady who does run the yoga that was quite upset that there was only 1 hour parking and a lot of shops there. Businesses had closed, remained closed and without service, and that part of Matraville was dying. So I understand it's good to have it as a report because I understand there are food businesses that actually appreciate turnover. So it's good to look into it and find out exactly what the majority want and what the majority rules. And if we can help them out in any way possible, that's great. I'd just like to also ask Councillor D'Souza if you should have maybe nominated that you have a significant or maybe a pecuniary interest because you own businesses or in that strip.
Okay. Are there any further speakers? No, sorry. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We now move to NM 55/26, notice of motion from Councillor said, Matraville Sports High School, friable asbestos. Seconded by Councillor Burst.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, it's brought to my attention that if you read the motion, that unfortunately, and it's very important that we've got a high school that has asbestos, which has been found, and it's been wrapped, and it's been sitting there for a year. And unfortunately, because it's in Matraville and not in Randwick High School or any other high school in the area, it would have been probably removed a week later. But unfortunately, because it's where it is, we've got kids who are trying their hardest to play sport, trying their hardest to be academic. The teachers have asked me if we can do something. The actual parents there, it's a real shame that nothing has happened so far. So what I'm asking for is that if we can do right to the relevant ministers and to the union leaders and to anyone else who might be able to help us, that this really does need, everyone knows that asbestos is a horrible thing, and I cannot understand how asbestos has been allowed to stay at a high school of all places, and it really is quite unfortunate that once again, because it is Matraville Sports High and they're trying their hardest to improve that place, that we're sort of letting them down.
Councillor Burst.
Yes, asbestos, it's certainly a scourge, and it was something that probably in the 30s and 40s and 50s when it was around, it was a great thing, but science has taught us the negatives of it, and to think that here we are in 2025, kids going to school and walking around halls that are covered in asbestos. So anything we can do to help, and I commend Councillor Said for this motion, and hope everybody will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, and I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Before we do, consideration of urgent business. Councillor Hay, could you please outline why your business should be considered as urgent? I'll then call for a vote of councillors and rule on it, and then we will debate the matter.
It goes to a vote if it's urgent now.
That's exactly.
Okay. So, with regards to urgency, if I could ask the motion to be brought up on screen again. The Senate committee declared that they were getting the Senate inquiry on the 24th of June, and as we all know, there is a notice of motion deadline, which is the 22nd of June. So this could not be included in the business paper because the Senate inquiry wasn't announced when the business paper was called. Also, we don't know the exact date the Senate inquiry will be held. So if we can, forcing staff to wait a month, you're not voting whether or not you agree on the Senate inquiry, making a submission to the Senate inquiry, but the Senate inquiry may even be held in the very near future ahead of the next meeting. So this may be our only opportunity, and if it's not, we just give our staff more time to prepare a really good submission for that inquiry. So I urge everyone to support the urgency of the motion.
Thank you.
No, sorry, what was the question? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we will now
the announcement of the inquiry.
Put the question that the matter be considered as urgent. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? I declare the matter carried and to be considered as urgent. Councillor Hay, could you please move your motion? I'll call for a seconder as well. Seconded by Councillor Veach.
I move this as it's written on the screen in front of everyone. Look, when the post office closed, that was devastating for the people of Kensington. You have lots of elderly residents who, or people with mobility issues who would have to walk all the way to UNSW or Kingsford or Randwick post offices. But also, it was a major loss for the centre of Kensington, where you have many closed shops, and the Australia Post pulling out of Kensington was a terrible move, and in that it was just devastating it was as though the federal government didn't have any confidence in Kensington, which was unfortunate, but that's how it felt. Obviously, there are 36 other metropolitan post offices which could be closed. I don't know exactly where they are, but of course we don't want this happening in any other suburb. So let's hope we have a great submission in front of the inquiry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There being Councillor Veach is the seconder. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Now move into closed session. Take Thank you. I now reopen the open session of the ordinary council meeting and read out the outcomes of the confidential session GM5/26. The recommendation as per the business paper was endorsed unanimously. CS30/26. The recommendation on the business paper was endorsed unanimously. CS31/26. The recommendation on the business paper was declared unanimously. CS32/26. The record on the business paper was carried unanimously. And CO25/26, the recommendation on the business paper was carried unanimously. There being no further business, I call the ordinary council meeting for June 30 closed. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.